When you guys use your keyboard, do you use the little tables at the back to lean it up, or you leave it flat on the mat or on your desk? Of course, I use. I just started using the tables literally like a minute ago. I'm wondering if that will change my ability to be good in games. You think so? Not using the tables is bad for your wrists. I will say, my wrists are, they're not like super fucked, but they're definitely like a little fucked. Like if I'm doing a side plank or something, my wrist hurts more than any muscle involved in the exercise, for sure. My knees are okay. I'm thankful for that. I gotta Google. My wrist hurts when I do things. Not normally, but when I do things. Are you back on the Peloton? Of course I'm back on the Peloton. 3 rides yesterday. I don't even remember. No, I do. 30-minute Leanne Hainsby New Wave ride. 30-minute Dennis Morton Classic Rock ride. 30-minute... Any lore masters in chat? What was that third ride yesterday? I can't remember. And then today, 30-minute Arms and Shoulders. 20-minute core. 30-minute Samuel Hidden Hills. You can't not come back. Because if you don't come back and do the thing, then you're not going to do the thing anymore. You just had a week of not doing the thing. You got to go do the thing. And like Angela Bassett, exactly. Okay, Tomo. Hang on, buddy. Tomo. There you go. You gotta get out of here. He's causing too many problems. How do you find the time? I fucking wake up way earlier than I need to. That's the big one. Even when I'm tired, I wake up. That's it. All you gotta do is, I don't know, set 5 alarms. No, the key is definitely waking up in the morning not feeling like P. Diddy. Well, I don't know, because like when Kesha says she woke up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy, I always thought that that meant that she was hungover from partying. But now that I think about it logically, I feel like P. Diddy probably wakes up feeling pretty good. He was successful, he still is successful. He's done very well for himself financially. He's a family man. He was in Get Him to the Greek. I don't know why I'm talking as if I'm on that game show. P. Diddy, Get Him to the Greek. P. Diddy, Mo Money, Mo Problems. Bad Boys Entertainment, Get Him to the Greek. Russell Brand, pay Sting $5,000 a day. I'll be watching you. I thought it was a hangover too. What the Genius Kesha TikTok. Let's see what Rap Genius has to say. You ever notice that Genius is the slowest loading website on the internet? What's up with that? You mining bitcoins, you little shit? Wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. The song starts with the iconic statement where the speaker declares she wakes up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy, a famous rapper. Kesha, the author of the lyrics, takes pride in her country roots that have taught her to tell a story through music. This is long, by the way. But the reason for placing this phrase as the opening of the song goes beyond mere chronological order. Much like George Orwell's All the Clocks Were Striking 13 in 1984, The comparison between the speaker, a woman, and a rich black man is striking enough to set the tone for the rest of the song. I've always thought that. The same tone of irony that makes everything seem out of place is what drives the underlying theme of the song, the duality of what is felt and what is expressed. The speaker is hungover from a night of late partying and wakes up confused, hazed, and feeling like a rap mogul instead of her true self. And given her possibly hungover status, she's even Puffy, Diddy's nickname. Holy cow! In an interview to Esquire, Kesha explains the literal, non-metaphorical meaning of her first line. One morning, I just woke up and I live in this house with I don't even know how many roommates. It's this Laurel Canyon house with 7 rooms and roommates fluctuating monthly. Well, it was the house the Eagles recorded Hotel California in. So it's this huge hippie ... There are a bunch of hippies who come in and out, and there's all these people sleeping on the couches. I don't really care. I don't mind it. But I woke up one day after we went to a party, and I was surrounded by 10 of the most beautiful women you've ever seen. And I was like, I'm P. Diddy. There's no man like this in the entire world. So that became the first line of the new single, and we just went from there. As is explained in the refrain, this song as a whole is a nod to the Beastie Boys' Fight for Your Right. The first line of TikTok alludes to the first line in the Beastie Boys song, You Wake Up Late for School. That in turn follows a longer standing tradition of starting lines. Some blues songs start with the phrase, I woke up this morning, before listing a list of woes and tragedies in a godless, abandoned world. This traces back further to the starting statement, the Lord woke me up this morning, that is recurrent in black gospel music. The book Woke Me Up This Morning, Black Gospel Singers and the Gospel Life explains this trope at length. It's no coincidence that both Kesha and the Beastie Boys allude to this phrase, along with their own take on it, as they, white artists, are entering a black-dominated music genre, namely rap and hip-hop. Having this connection establishes their recognition of hip-hop roots and acknowledges the rich tradition that precedes them. Holy hell, dude! Kesha is a damn genius. I thought it was just like a song. I didn't realize it was the circle of life unifying and also pushing forward the history and tradition of black gospel music. Just in the line, wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy, which has layers because her face is puffy too. In conclusion, we stan. Before I leave, brush my teeth with a bottle of Jack. This line oddly caused a bit of controversy, enough to such where Kesha had to respond. Everyone's really offended by the Jack Daniels line in TikTok, she said. But come on, brushing your teeth with Jack Daniels? What girl does that? People are like, do you really advocate brushing your teeth with bourbon? I'm like, yes, actually I do. Every day for everybody, especially 8-year-olds. I mean, what are you talking about? Of course I don't. Come on. So true. She plus 2'd them. I'm talking about everybody getting crunk. Boys try to touch my junk. Crunk means crazy or hyped up, also an allusion, of course, to the crunk genre. With any luck, they were drinking out of crunk cups. I know what crunk means, okay? I was 16 in 2004, which means that I thought that college students said crunk unironically, which means they probably did in 2003, but then by 2004, they were like, that's old. That's an old meme. We didn't know what memes were back then, but they were like, they were saying it ironically back then. Anyway, let's play Voidigo. I just realized I thought it was like Voidigo, but is it possible that it's Voidigo, like the henchman of a mafia boss being dizzy? Oh, I can't raise up baby Gronk today. I got Voidigo. Something like that? Okay, well then hold on to the walls and freaking give him the Chicago typewriter. Okay, boss. I was born in 2003. Okay, congratulations. You didn't do shit. You just showed up. What do you want, like a medal? It is crazy that my birth date doesn't change, but the reaction to my birth date changes a lot. Like it used to be crazy to other people that I was born in the 80s, and now it's crazy to me. I'm like, holy fuck, really? 1988? My ass is old, dude. I don't feel that old, but like my birthday starts 198. Holy cow. That's crazy. And I used to say things like, can you imagine that, some kids are born in the 90s. Nowadays, people in the 90s are getting pretty old. Depends on when in the 90s, but it'll come for all of you eventually. And now people are making fun of people that were born in the 1900s. Gen Z, I see them on Twitter with a take like that. Your birthday probably starts with 1-9. It does. I can't change that. Oh God. Oh frick. Oh God. Oh frick. Oh God. It is kind of crazy that kids born in like 2010 will be in high school this year or next year. Like in Canada, we're only like 5 or 6 years away from kids born in 2010 being able to legally purchase alcohol. Which is fucking. Can you imagine going to the pub and there's a table full of people born in 2010 across from you? Probably drinking fucking Strongbow, going like, this is what they drink in England all the time. Dude. I'm not gonna drink Lakeport honey tonight. I got a little money in my pocket. I'm getting James Ready 5.5. Oh, man. Anyway. Slash marker. Voidigo. Voidigo. It's not just how a mafia henchman says his third favorite Alfred Hitchcock movie. Just think about it for a second. It's also a relatively new, released in June, roguelite shooter, twin stick style, basically in the same vein as a Nuclear Throne. And check this out. It was recommended to me on in my Discord last night. What did I like to see? First off, I like to see that it was a roguelite twin stick shooter. Secondly, I like to see that it had overwhelmingly or very positive reviews. This may sound backwards. Thirdly, I loved to see that it was $25, okay? Why would I love that? Because sometimes people recommend a game to me and it has 98% positive reviews and it's 99 cents. And then I play it and I go, this seems okay, but it's not that good. And then I realize that the reviews are like, it's not that good, but for 99 cents, what'd you expect? For a $25 game to get very positive reviews in like the 90s plus is more of I would say a recommendation from the populace that they're like, it's expensive, but it's worth it. There's exceptions. Okay, sure. Vampire Survivors is like $2.99 or something. People always do that. Why would I pay $5 for a good game when I could pay $3 for a great game that I already bought 10 years ago? And I've been playing RuneScape for 8,000 hours for free. Okay, well, like, good for you. Why don't you go back to playing RuneScape and just, grind agility with Tony Stark productivity playlist on your right monitor, okay? And then trick your cerebellum into thinking you actually accomplished something today. Anyway, Voidigo. Here we go. We should probably start playing the game at some point. I'm not... Oh, sorry. I'll be quiet for once.
Pillars of light, older than time, and the keepers that defended them.
Is this Headspace?
Under blue skies, in the blink of an eye, a darkness came and tested them. And even in spite of all of their might, the darkness outlasted.
This is like what you play in your car when you get a new stereo system.
Do not worry.
Do you still get aftermarket car stereo systems?
This is just to begin.
You used to go into like a Future Shop or a Best Buy, and they're right next to the TV wall. There would be like a glassed off room that just had hundreds of car stereos in it that you could try out. That's something. Only 90s kids will remember that.
You do not know who you are, but yet
Or where you're from, as long as you love me.
so you know where you're going.
Okay. WASD to move around. You're not missing anything on the screen right now, I promise. Might as well take me to the tutorial. I'll hold E to enter the tutorial. To sprint, hold down shift while moving. Sprint through the highlighted areas. Okay. Done. 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 We're doing the beep test. Use space to dodge bullets. This isn't my first rodeo, just so you know. Mouse 1 to shoot. R to reload. I can do that. I'm crazy. Use mouse 2 to do a gun slap. Break the target. Okay. Gun slap with right click. You can switch with the mouse wheel. Switch weapon 3 times. To find information about your weapons, use tab. Tutorial realm. Done. Then go to the weapons tab. I was not done. I didn't read. Prior battles left this blade dull and cracked. But Main Street's still all cracked and broken. Sorry, Mom. The mob has spoken. Melee weapons have a series of attacks. Look at that. Melee weapons have durability. Zelda could never. You can do a broken melee attack using mouse 1, mouse 2. Alright. With a melee weapon equipped, ammo jars will give you durability. How about that? Most melee weapons will display their current attack value over your head. You can reset to the first... current attack number. Okay, you can reset to the first attack using R. I guess you have to aim in this game, which is kind of crazy. I'm not used to that. Block using mouse 2. Owned. 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 You can destroy bullets with a melee weapon attack. Okay, you should never get hit in this game. Calmly walk through the bullets. He's done it. Some areas have a chest. To open these, you must defeat all enemies. This is a power-up bundle. Interact with the plate in front of the power-up you want. I see, I see. Do we want a protectus, a protective friend? Do we want arachnid haste, faster movement speed, or rat bullets? I'll take rat bullets, please. Okay, that's disgusting. I don't know what I was thinking. It's not actually made from rats. We promise. It's not rats. Shards drop from defeated enemies and shimmering props. Can I tell you something as well? In the saga of my cursed barbecue. So last summer, someone stole the barbecue cover. I went to Canadian Tire, bought another one. Kate went to barbecue like a month ago, and she was like, there's rat poop in the grease trap. And I was like, that's not possible. Because I don't know if I can adequately explain how the barbecue looks. But it's like a barbecue, and then there's like a little tray that slides in. Like there's no path to it. You would have to scurry like Spider-Man style upside down and then jump into the tray. And I was like, there's no way it's rat poop. I cleaned it all out and I was like, this is just grease or something like that. It's just disgusting, but it's not rats. And then like after we barbecued, don't worry, we sanitized the barbecue perfectly. Literally the next day, I was like, she's right, it's rat poop. The rats came back and they pooped all over the grease tray. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do. To be honest, but I haven't used the grill since. Because it's just disgusting. I don't want to cook my food on like hot rat poop. Anyway, sorry to... It's like 9:30 a.m. I hope that was not like the way that you wanted to start your day, but it is what it is. To stomp, dodge with space, and land on the enemy. Okay. Crazy. Plus you get to bounce on top of them Goomba style. Opan Goomba style. For combo stomps, dodge using space, and then land on the target and use space again. I'm stupid. You cannot stomp the same target twice in a row. Okay, I'm going sicko mode. I figured it out. How many do you need me to do? The limit does not exist. Hey, okay, I'll settle for 6. A lot of mechanics. I'm ready to go. When you see this eye, it means the void has locked onto you. To escape, you have to stomp it. When stomped, it creates a shockwave that hurts your enemies. Okay, here we go. Open the area map with tab to navigate this bigger world. Leave through the passages. You have to cleanse the corruption from the beacon to leave this area. Listen, I'm very confident that at the end of the day, even though there's a lot of mechanics, the gist of the game is going to be like walk in this direction and shoot. And you know what? That's what I'm looking for. So I'm certainly not offended. What do you got for? I got to stomp on you. I remember that. I've cleansed the corruption. You can restore more beacons and find more unexplored areas. These must explode because they're shimmering. Or maybe they have shards and that's why they're shimmering, so I should be busting them up. Nobody's hiding shards in a traffic cone, though. Don't be silly. In the barrels, sure, but not in the traffic cone. Open loot vortex. Pick up the Coldoid Piercer. #1 weapon of gastroenterologists everywhere. You have to cleanse the corruption from the beacon before leaving this area. Okay. I think I'm just gonna melee you and save some ammo. Even though it's the tutorial, why not, right? And maybe we won't worry about min-maxing picking up like every single shard. What the hell? This is a boss. You must defeat it to leave the realm. Don't forget about your blocking. Don't forget about your dodging. Don't forget about having the greatest weapon that games have ever created. I mean, you simply can't hit me. It's gonna be one of those things, like, this is gonna be the most powerful weapon we get for, like, the next 100 hours of playing this game. And that's okay. I'm not against it. Let me feel the power right now. Okay, you're locked. Why are you locked? You're not locked. It's just a new health. No, you are locked. You need to leave this area and cleanse more beacons. Like, dude, let me just pick up the ammo jar. Let me go. Where am I leaving here? I need to go cleanse more beacons, bro. Why are you so jaded? Okay, kind of a weird question for 9:36 a.m. on a Wednesday, Eternity Destroyer Jake. What did I make a joke about that is a sacred cow for you that led you to ask that question? Was it Across the Spider-Verse? Because I have to tell you, I have nothing against Across the Spider-Verse. It's simply that I don't understand why Twitter is trying to serve me stuff about Across the Spider-Verse all the time when I've never really indicated like an interest in the movie necessarily. But I think it's just that the algorithm is just not tuned properly. Rats? What's wrong with the rats? I got no problem with the rats, I just don't want them to poop on my grill, brother. Hello. I'm just gonna be honest, like, the boss has no chance. I have the greatest weapon in gaming history. You've engaged in so much Marvel content, though. All this stuff was before I had a kid. After I had a kid, I don't think I've seen like one Marvel movie. Let me in here and exit the world. And that's in like 2.5 years. You want to talk about stuff that's like 2.5 years old? I'd ask you how you did on like your grade 6 literacy test. This is the camp, a small refugee the anti-void created. Defeat the bosses in the worlds to bring their void fragments back here and grow the camp. Leave the camp using the camp portal. Hang on though, first I'm gonna feed the anti-world 12 shards. I don't have any shards, so I'm not gonna feed it any actually. Okay, I think I'm leaving the camp and I will play as Drash. I'm ready to start the game. My power-up will be an anti-void combo strike. Stomping the heads of multiple foes charges the power of the anti-void within and landing on the ground releases it. And sure, I'll use the begunner. And I'll be red. Moderate, that seems fine. Sure.
Ah, do you smell it?
That which the rock is cooking.
inescapable, like a
You know what? This sounds like Dan's, like, soundboard. Why, hello, buddy. I think someone got it before I did. More shards, please. More shards? Atlantis. You will never hit me. I shouldn't have tried. I can already tell you moderate difficulty. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. I forgot who they were talking to. I mean, 4,000 hours of Isaac. I would be very surprised if we took any damage before the first boss at a minimum. Look at that. I mean, we're breaking this wide open already. I have 130 ammo. I understand that this is the beginning gun. Still might be sensible for us to save some ammo in it. I mean, I've played Enter the Gungeon before. Ammo can be a precious resource for sure. Sure, it's taken us a little longer to... Oh, you got a shield. I see. If you got a shield, then maybe I'll stomp on your head to weaken you. See, a lot of people have never played video games before. I have played a lot of video games before. Because I lived in the suburbs in high school, so before I had a driver's license, I really didn't have any other options for my own entertainment. So, what the heck is this thing? Dark Souls style Vagrant? He's gone. Titanite Lizard? It's not a +2, it's just my life. You're right, I do have a sprint button. You're not wrong. Titanite Demon! Stomp him. Maybe stomping him does something? Get out of here! He still escaped from me. Okay. I own you. The heck is this thing? Do I hold E to sacrifice max health for 3 random bundles? We absolutely will. %50 stronger charge on my combo strike. Sure. Holy cow. Dude! I like aesthetics. I don't know if other people are like that. Stompable fire buttons appear. Combo stomp souls. Chance of dropping coffee. Usually when you have coffee, you get a chance of dropping something else. Let's get some fire buttons. I don't know what it means, but... Stompable frog buttons, bullet wall bounce, or combo stomp rats. I'm gonna take bullet wall bounce. I like bouncy bullets. Because my accuracy's not always, you know, so good. Is there rarity? Purple and yellow are rare items. Okay, my mistake. I didn't know that. Somebody explain to me, what is a stompable fire button? As usual, I took something I didn't fully understand, and now I'm regretful. Where are you going, dude? You Mr. Smith, you possessing other enemies? I see it. It's a stompable fire button. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and say that was the right choice. Titanite Demon! Maybe multiple stomps. Okay, you got away from me this time. Out. Looking very stompable today. Thank you. I've been working out and kind of like pretending to watch what I eat. Mostly just working out though. Two of the health bars on the boss are unlocked. I can now take you down. It's like Monster Hunter style. Like you take it down 2 phases, then you run away. Good luck ever hitting me, by the way. I'm literally just farming you. Don't even get me started on that, lad. I don't have any bullets left! 43 bullets. I guess I shouldn't have been shooting at nothing, huh? Yo, the fire is still pretty good, though. Probably the smartest upgrade I've ever picked up in any roguelite ever. Thank you for the ammo. I do wonder, though, at some point, if there's ever, like, an enemy that's, like, strong enough to actually hit you. or if this is just like a, you know, you've played so much Isaac that this guy's basically just like Monstro to you. Okay, goodbye, lad. I will be traveling somewhere, but I don't know where. And now, how do you feel about Jokic? You're not talking about the fungal infection I had when I was in hockey school, right? Hang on, I'm going to JC's shop. Hello! Hello to you as well. Honestly, I think it's great that there's an NBA superstar. By the way, I don't watch the NBA. I feel like it's great that there's an NBA superstar that literally just treats it like a 9-to-5 job. Like, he seems like he doesn't want to be there. And is just there, like, dominating because that's what you do. You know, he's good at it, and it's he's got a contract, so he's playing it out. It is kind of aspirational. Like, he won the NBA championship, and then he said, it feels good, now I can go home. And then they said, are you going to go to the... What are you going to do now? And he said, I'm going to go home. And then they said, you can't go home, the parade's on Thursday. He said, okay, I'll go home on Friday then. It's great. I have 12 crystals. That's not a lot. It's not enough to buy basically anything. It's not disrespect to the game of basketball, in my opinion. He played out the whole championship. He won finals MVP. He's entitled to go home now. He's done his job. And he did it better than anybody. Hey, VVVWWW, thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Don't chase me, bro. I've got to get out here. Oh, I got to stomp on this thing first, then I got to get out here. Nice try. You almost made me use 5% of my power. We got to go left. You're right. Much better to just run through breakable objects. Okay, okay, I see you've got a shield. Oh, I got hit by an enemy! Oh. Nobody could have ever seen this coming in history. Wait, there's something back here. What the hell is that? It's a damn volcano. You see the post about the guy who said, why don't they just put a big concrete plug in the top of a volcano so that when they erupt, no lava gets out? Pufferfish. Okay, it's a new weapon. I thought it was pretty good. I'm not an earth scientist, but I like the reply was like, the magma worked its way all the way up through the entire, surface of the earth just to be there, and then you think a little concrete's gonna stop it? Never really thought about it like that. What about like obsidian? Like obsidian blocks magma, right? So anything else going on up here? Just a geyser? What about like 2 slabs of concrete? What about a hook and a ramp? And then like a little Maui and maybe like a captain hook, but the weight looks more like a belly than anything else. Okay, new weapon. Yo, it's a shotgun needler from Halo. I did not get hit. I'm amazing. This guy, he stood no chance. Whoa, he's still going though. What? I thought he was done. That's my mistake. I will take my health jar, thank you so much. You're just lucky that they gave me the needler instead of something OP, like a fully charged plasma pistol with a battle rifle as my secondary. Because, like, I could BXR with the best of them, brother. Okay, easiest boss of my life. He's dead. Confirmed dead. 7 ammo, sure. I guess I should probably take it for my other gun. Health that means nothing to me. Cars that catch on fire, rockets to nowhere, faster sprint speed, hit the jackpot, or health jars bombardment. We gotta go hit the jackpot. 10 shards? Okay, I'm guessing from the pitch of the horns that was probably not the jackpot. Wait, can we go to the right? We don't need to exit the world. Can we double down and go a little further? We go into the next realm. Teleport to the world end portal. Enter the Imperient Nest. What are we doing here? Are you an enemy? You certainly appear to be an enemy. You always gotta learn the structure of the game, right? Just takes a minute. For now, one enemy means we spend no ammo. Recycle your weapon. I have recycled my begunner. It has become ammo and another health jar that I still can't get. Okay, alright. I guess I'll enter the Imperient Nest. Pick a door for an additional challenge or use the door without a reward to skip. Failing the challenge will hurt. Skip challenge. Do not move when the traffic light is red. Some enemies will respawn as a void enemy. Okay, do not move when the traffic light is red. I can do this. It's green. I'm chilling. How am I supposed to break this thing? Sanest streamer? Just relax. Squid Game! Squid Game! Get out of there! I guess I can still shoot. That's a good point. Oh, oh, oh. I'm chilling. Enemies? Buy ammo jar? I don't think I need any of this. I don't think I need an ammo jar or a health jar, quite frankly. Can I jump over this? I cannot. If you're going in, you better go in quick. I'm fully relaxed. I have defeated the challenge. I have received the cremator. It has 150 bullets. I will always step on that. I'm not buying an ammo jar. There's loot for me back here. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's no doubt about that. Increased melee durability. Increased max ammo. Beacons also fire lasers. The heck is a beacon? Give me max ammo. I know, like, might seem like it's not worth that much, but I understand it, and that's priceless. I guess I gotta exit the world, huh? I got hit one time. This is a small part of the anti-void. Here you can trade your resources to help you on your way. Pork belly is the goat ramen topping. I agree. I previously said I don't pay extra for the superfluous ramen toppings. I don't pay extra for an egg if necessary. I don't pay extra for the bamboo shoots. I'll occasionally pay another 99 cents for some mashed garlic if it's not offered complimentary speaking. But I will often spring for the extra chashu. If it's like, if it comes with 2 pieces of chashu, and then the upgraded version comes with 4, then I will pay for the extra 2 chashu. One of the very few upgrades I get at any restaurant, really. I'm not going to sacrifice my power-up for max health. I'm not going to sacrifice my max health for 3 random bundles. I think it's a little hubris right now. Would I trade wall bounce for an upgrade bundle? You know what? Why not? I like wall bounce, but let's see what we get out of the upgrade bundle. An even stronger charge, or stomp. A even more ammo, or faster respawn on fire buttons. Let me get the faster respawn, dude. That sounds fun. And then I can leave. I'll leave the anti-void. The stomp build, the fire button build, the Skylar sisters.
Spilled by the pork porkles can be found scattered throughout this region. Thinking sheds stay called. If a porkle stray from the horde, they are locked in.
His voice is like, it's ASMR. By the way, I'm sorry to... I know everybody's very excited because Armored Core 6 previews just happened. One of the reasons I was away is that I was invited to Tokyo to play the game as one of the noted From Software influencers. I mean, many people are saying that I was the only person playing Dark Souls 2. And that if it weren't for me, they probably would have just stopped there because they thought it was perfect. And I said, no, 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 there's a few things you could change. Hey, do you ever consider adding like a cool boss? Like Slave Knight Gale? So you're welcome for that, by the way. I guess I shouldn't have stomped. What are you even here? They invited me. I'm sorry to say that, much to my surprise, it's literally, and I don't mean figuratively, it's literally, and I had 45 minutes hands-on with it. It's literally just mech assault for the Xbox One. Not the Xbox One, the first Xbox. I don't know how they got away with it. When it boots up, it literally just says mech assault. I'm not talking about Steel Battalion with the controller either. I'm talking about mech assault. Wait, you found a secret tunnel? Did I? Of course I did, but where would it be? I'm making that up. I did not. They didn't invite me. That sounds kind of sick. Something, you're the reason we can't have nice things in games anymore. Something, the games industry was so much better in 2016 when we were exclusively complaining about how much better the games industry was in 2011 when we were too busy complaining about how much better the games industry was in 2005 and we were too busy complaining about how much better the games industry was in 1998, which was maybe actually the peak, but we were still complaining about how much better it was in 1994. Funky smelling cave. Okay. Snake button. Stompable snake buttons appear. Exploding pine cones will spawn and chase you. We get 20 shards though. Skip challenge. Or all buttons spit bubbles. I'll go to the Skoger mines. And I'm not going to recycle my weapon. Let's try the cremator for once. How does that strike you? It does light them on fire. I am scared. Do I own you? Those are the pine cones. The things that come from the ground are pine cones. I understand. Can I tell you, this is a genuine question. I was about to ask the dumbest thing of all time. I was going to say acorns grow into oak trees, but what the heck do pine cones grow into? But I think I figured it out. They can grow into any tree. It just depends on the kind of pine cone that it is. Right? Okay, hang on. Beacon-powered shotgun turret. All buttons suck. The gulp button groove. Or melee bullets. I thought that it would make my melee also shoot, maybe, but I don't. Instead, I don't know what it does, quite frankly. And that's okay. What the heck is this? Your bullets will melee. What? My bullets will melee. Jackie Treehorn treats... Hell, hey! Objects as women, man. The most important thing is that I still own them. Hey! Relax with your damage there! Who are you trying to impress? Sell pufferfish for 20? I will not. I think the pufferfish is my best weapon. In Gungeon terminology, it's my boss killer right now. I have no interest in selling it. The hell? Okay, it's just one of these. I stomp it. The boss can now be hit up to 2 bars of its health. Did you know that the Venus flytrap, the plant that eats meat, is indigenous to like Virginia in the United States? Is actually crazy. I thought that it grew in like the Amazon rainforest. I thought it was something you would only see in like Jungle Cruise. North Carolina, there you go. Not Virginia. I was off by one. My apologies. I honestly thought it was from like Jumanji. I get that they also they don't eat people. Or is it like sharks? Like the Venus flytrap only eats people when it like feels threatened. Okay, get owned. We have a lot of carnivorous plants in North America. In North America is so carnivorous, even the plants eat meat. Something. Is this anything? -2, +2. It might be -2, it might be +2, but you know I'm trying at the very least, which is worth something, right? I'm not just out here like reading subscribers' names and stuff. I'm at least trying. It would be a +2 if you change it to the Midwest. Yeah, but the Midwest has nothing, including carnivorous plants. That's not fair. That's not fair. There's a lot of gas stations out there. +2, +2, +2. They have Culver's. Oh, is Culver's the fish restaurant? I've never been. I've never been to many American fast food chains, and I would like to change that, but... That's Fish House? I was something in my head. Culver's sells fish. Does it not? Micro Uzi? I can only have 2 weapons, brother. I can only have 2 weapons. I don't know if I want to get rid of the cremator. Don't pop up in my face. That's Long John Silver's? Yeah, but isn't it also Culver's? Culver's is a fast food restaurant that pretends it's not a fast food restaurant. What is this circling thing going here? Oh, it's probably my weapon. Get rid of the micro, take the cremator back, even if we're low on ammo. It's burgers and custard? Custard? I'm not sacrificing max health. If anything, we should use a little more just for safekeeping. I know I've said this before. I think Justin and I, this is where like we have shared amounts of ignorance, for sure. What the hell is custard? Like when I was on the cruise, for dessert one night, I had pudding. I thought pudding, because I'd never been like a pudding cup consumer as a child, I thought pudding was just like a flavored goo. Imagine my surprise when like something that I would call like almost cake came out, like a soft cake came out, and I was like, "This is delicious. What the hell's going on with like Jello?" Hey, I should have known, I guess. That's UK pudding. Shit drives me crazy, man. They get... Again, you have infinite amounts of words and characters in the English language that are unique. Maybe not infinite, but like, you know, functionally infinite. Why use the same word? It's joy, you use the one twice. I'm gonna recycle my cremator because it's out of ammo. That gave us ammo. One of these days I'm gonna remember that it doesn't work the way I think it works. But I'm not recycling the pufferfish to get more ammo for the cremator, because the pufferfish is amazing. Wind stomp. Melee weapons burn enemies. Even more ammo. You can dodge spikes. 1 more bullet, 50% more range. I don't even know what that does yet. Buy weapons, skeleton musician. Better stomping. Pumpkin nest. I could use another weapon. Let's take Skeleton Musician, man. 195 bullets on the Skeleton Musician. And it was also the... Whoa! It was also the night that the skeletons came to life. I'm buying out here because I don't know like what else to do with my money. How much does it cost? 15 for even more ammo? Sign me up, please. I've still got 26 remaining. I guess we could save 26. Okay, I understand. It's like it's a grenade launcher, kind of. Can I launch over the walls? Semi over the walls. What do you got for me? 40% faster respawn? Better chili pepper? What? I'm getting confused here. Wait, do I have to trade? Trade for fire button upgrade. Would I trade red pepper for fire button upgrade? Would I trade 20 shards or would I trade the skeleton? I would trade 20 shards for a fire button upgrade any day of the week. It's got a lot of personality, there's no doubt about that. Did I pick it up? Oh, I could get another. Dude, give me red pepper for even better fire button upgrade. Oh! Which gave me 20 shards. Because I fully upgraded something. Which gave me another loot. Holy cow. 10 instant ammo jars. Chance to spawn an exploding crystal on impact. Bullets do sharp turns to avoid walls. I'll take chance to spawn exploding crystals. On impacts. I don't know what impacts with what. But... either way, I'm expecting a lot of fire buttons. Okay, we stop this, then we can kill the boss. It's science. Oh, whoa, whoa, my health! Get out of here! Give me the health jar! Enter the Porco Mud Hut? I might simmer on that one for just a second. I got quite the dopamine hit there because of the loud noises. Well, you know what? People, like... I think here's the modification, the evolution in humor from, like, 2017 to now. 2017, something loud and funny would happen, and people would go, oh, loud equals funny, like, derisively, right? I think now, in 2023, we're at, like, loud equals funny, but non-ironically. Like, I think we're in... oh, I'm stupid. I think we've learned to embrace the fact that oftentimes loud does equal funny. In 2023, one of the least funny things you can do is try to tell a funny joke. Why are you telling a joke? Just be funny. You know, language and modes of communication, like humor, they're constantly evolving. Help me. 76 ammo for my skeleton musician. I mean, if I simply kill you... it is Monster Hunter. If I simply kill you, I'm sure that I'll get health. So let's do it. Where are you at? Up one and to the right. Go to the Porco Hut? No, I'm scared of going into the Porco Hut because if there's enemies in there, I'm gonna die before I can kill the boss. I think I'll kill the boss, then maybe I'll go back to the Porco Hut. What have I done? Can you break the casket or something? It's shining. Holy, it better be freaking stacked in there. Whoa! Trade pufferfish for pyro soul. I will not do that, but I will take some health, please. I guess those are my exploding crystals, aren't they? Well, where the hell's the boss? Oh, the skull, idiot. Hello. I have a fire button. 2? What the hell does that mean? No! Fire button? I gotta remember you can right click to get rid of bullets too. We should practice, honestly. We're not gonna need to. What are they doing? Okay, phase 2. I feel like this guy would be in a better place if he just, like, at any point tried to shoot at me instead of just shooting the wall instead. But, like, what do I know? I didn't get hit. Maybe I deserve to. Take an ammo jar, please. I have not been hit. Break the bullet with your melee. I've been hit. I'm merely focusing. I'm stunned that I lived. Thank you for the health. I own you. You don't have a melee weapon, so you can't break bullets. Of course. What you're saying is I'm too good. I'll take even more ammo. And then I guess I'll make my way back to the Porco hut. Makes sense. The heck is this? World End Portal? That won't be necessary. I'm with you. Someone said I forgot how non-threatening the game is at this difficulty. They shouldn't have called it moderate. I'm a big believer that there should be, like, difficulty settings should start at, like, automatic. It shouldn't even be called easy. It should be, like, automatic, baby, toddler, and then, like, the highest difficulty setting should just be called adult. Because I thought, when you'd say moderate, like, I'm thinking of, like, moderate intensity. Like, it's pretty intense. Like, there's a lot going on there. But this is more like... It's true that the final difficulty should be, like, Swedish. I feel like I was trying to think of a nation renowned for its esports athletes. And I gotta tell you, it was between two. It was between Poland and Sweden. It should go, like, automatic, baby, toddler, adults, Swedish. What about Korea? Well, I don't consider League of Legends to be a game. I consider it to be a way of life. So I was thinking more of a game, like Counter-Strike Global Offensive, like something you play for fun. Well, let's travel towards the direction you point. Do not get hit. Do not get hit. Some enemies will respawn. I can definitely not get hit and get a 12-pack. Watch this. I'm actually insanely smart. Skeleton Musician kind of goes crazy. You can just shoot over the walls. Hello? Anybody? You will never affect me? Why does this sound like the opening of I Just Can't Wait to Be King? Or is this like just because I got off a Disney cruise a day and a half ago? 2 days ago. It's the cruise? I hear it? Thank you, thank you. By the way, I don't know if we're ready to have this conversation yet, but as somebody who's been interfacing with a lot more Disney lately, fully heal and fill up ammo and durability. That was not worth it. Here's my Disney story, okay? As a little kid, I watched like the ones from 1985 to like maybe 2005. Get the loot portal? Okay, sorry, I was in the middle of a conversation, but I'll go get the loot portal. I liked them when I grew up, you know? I saw Lion King in theaters as a foundational moment, for sure. I'm gonna trade for the combat rifle anniversary edition. Holy cow. Sorry, skeleton musician. No, no, no. I'm gonna keep the skeleton musician. Then I kind of fell off. I didn't watch any Disney stuff. I thought I was too cool for it. Now that I have a child... Take homing orbs. I've been watching more of the Disney stuff. And I gotta tell you... I think that... it brings me no pleasure to tell you this. I think that The Lion King might be one of the most overrated movies of all time. As a kid, it went crazy, and nothing will ever take away... You know, seeing it in theaters as a 5-year-old or whatever, and learning to experience emotions for the first time. But, like, the songs in The Lion King, they're too on the nose, man. Circle of Life is like, it tries too hard to be inspirational. Can You Feel the Love Tonight tries too hard to be romantic. I Just Can't Wait to Be King is just kind of, like, to me, it's just kind of annoying. The live-action remake is 10 times worse. It's a musical? Yeah, but dude, like, some of the... Like, Tangled, the songs in Tangled go hard. I've Got a Dream goes crazy, it's just fun. When Will My Life Begin is like a modern song. It's not like a Rodgers and Hammerstein style song from the late 1800s. I don't think Tangled is like my favorite Disney animated movie, but the songs, at least, they try something different. And then if we're talking about just beautiful songs, don't come at me for this one, okay? It's not my favorite Disney animated movie either, but Beauty and the Beast has some beautiful classic songs in it. Like, the titular song, Beauty and the Beast, is just a beautiful love song that you could extract from the movie and still listen to if that's the vibe you wanted. You can't pull I Just Can't Wait to Be King or Can You Feel the Love Tonight from the movie and like put it on in your car and think about anything except The Lion King. I need to leave this world. Sorry. Elton John, though? I like Elton John. But, I feel like his version of the Lion King songs is the best. However, it's not his best work. You know what I'm saying? Hang on. What is this? Faster homing? Sure, I don't even know what my crystals do, so I will trade that for faster homing. This isn't even a take, it's bait. It's not bait. I've come to terms with the fact that, in my personal opinion, I feel like The Lion King is a little overrated. I'm gonna trade... I guess I did say the most overrated movie of my generation, but... maybe that's too far. And some extra loot. Ooh. Frog buttons. Expanded block. All buttons become proximity mines. I'll get some frog buttons too. ASS, always stay stomping. I'll feed the void some shards. Lion King or Forrest Gump? I mean, that's not even... That's fucked up. That's a tough question. I kind of like it. I'll stick with that. Maybe it's time for the skeleton to get out of here. He's kind of blocking my view. I'm not trading any... Oh, you know what? I should trade weapon for an upgrade bundle. I traded the wrong weapon. That's okay. Life goes on. What the hell have you got for me? Hold E to trade melee bullets for beacon-powered electricity turret. There's a lot going on here. Let me get the fully upgraded bandolier. Is it fully upgraded or does it have one more to go? It's got one more to go. That's a lot of ammo. I don't really want to go to the main menu, but if you're going to force me to, okay. I mean, I think that The Lion King is probably better than Forrest Gump. And look at that. A Voiditron bullet lotion. I guess we'll grab that as well. I must have left it behind. I don't wish to trade. I guess I don't use melee. But whatever, let's trade. I mean, Forrest Gump is like... The Lion King, I think, is just... in my opinion, a movie mostly for kids that maybe gets a little bit too much credit for nostalgia. Forrest Gump is actually, like, actively insulting to the viewer's intelligence, I think. You're alive? I gotta stop killing the local wildlife, man. I'm not gonna recycle my weapon. I will step on a fire button. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, if you... And I gotta pause for this take. If you hate Marvel stuff, but you like Forrest Gump, you're a little bit of a hypocrite. Because Forrest Gump is like the first Marvel Cinematic Universe movie. It's a movie where, like, the principal reason you watch it is to have, like, the president show up on screen and be like, "Dude, that's Richard Nixon! I know that guy! Dun, 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 dun! Mr. Nixon, we're building a team. That's the Vietnam War! That's the Vietnam War! I remember that!" And if you disagree with that, well, like, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm mostly just trying to fill 5 hours of content here. And then go home and ride horses. Imagine if Forrest Gump was in the Avengers. I'm telling you, Forrest Gump was in the Avengers. That's the plot of Forrest Gump 2. He was actually there when the Sokovia Protocols were signed. Sorry, are you even a real Marvel fan? The Sokovia Accords? Get blasted. I will say one thing, and this might be because of my small brain, but sometimes there's so much stuff going on the screen, I don't know what the hell is going on. It's like it's almost too bright to see, you know what I mean? Like, I kill a guy, and then, like, a tombstone pops out of his body, but then, like, the tombstone falls on him, and previously I fought a tombstone. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on, brother. This guy's frozen in ice. Are you coming out of it? You're coming out of it, but you're slow? Okay, I understand. Do I have to do anything with you? Do I have to stomp? No, you just hang out there. Okay, but there's no enemies nearby. I understand, I get it. How's the air quality over there? I think it's totally fine. We're a very wide country. I think most of the fires are in, like, the East Coast and maybe Quebec as well. Help me. I should not have been hit there. I don't know if it's because all the smokers are now vapors, but I don't have enough experience in the subject to say one way or the other. You're out of ammo. Okay, I understand. I'll hit you with an aggressor then instead. The rain is clearing out the air. It has been, like... It's been kind of nice, right? I know we've only been back for a couple days, but it feels like it's been, like, warm, but then, like, a couple times a day it'll rain just a little bit, and that's, like, perfect Vancouver weather in the summer. It hasn't been too hot since we came back. We gotta break 5 of these this time. Holy cow. And this is the thanks I get. No good deed goes unpunished. Whoa! How about a fire button? I'm gonna run out of ammo. How about a frog button? I'm hoping the frogs don't cannibalize my fire button. Frogs don't kill my fire. Frogs don't kill my fire. I'm gonna die. It's Monster Hunter. You must run from the boss on occasion. I saw the frog button. Like, drag him back to the beacon, maybe. You coming over, brother? He's making friends. Is my beacon doing anything? My fire button. He left. Coward. How about Nordun Fort? Skip challenge. Cheat death once. Extremely strong gravity pulls you and projectiles to the ground. I mean, let's try it. I'm getting chased by a laser, right? We just gotta go fast. I've made a huge mistake. Fire button! Thank you. That was very important. Also, I'm like almost out of ammo. And almost out of shards. I'm like resourceless. They're not all dead yet. I could easily have gotten trapped in there. Oh! Natural causes! We were so close, too. Okay, take me back to the camp first, and I'm going to throw in a slash marker, okay? That's Voidigo 1. I need to change the difficulty, and I know that I lost on that last one, but it's the damn truth. We need to raise the difficulty slightly to increase the level of the game feel. But first, let me enter the abandoned tent. 8 of these to feed the anti-world. Open the beacon locker. I don't have enough money. Grandma, why didn't you pay your taxes? Well, I would have, but I didn't have any money. How does one change their difficulty? Gameplay. By the way, I turned screen shake off in advance. You're welcome. Take me to the leaving the camp. I'll be Drash. I'll do the anti-void combo strike. I'll be on the begunner. I'll be red. Rogue. Best suited for players who have experience in action roguelite games. I would say that describes me. Hey NL, out of my whole following list online right now, you have the most viewers. If I was dumber, that would feel like a compliment. But I don't know, you might follow, like, no disrespect, you might follow a bunch of losers. It's a sad story. A lot of people do. A lot of people do. I follow one person above you. See, now what's funny is that I take that as an insult. It really should go both ways, I suppose, but that one I take as an insult for sure. Can you just relax? Sorry, we're on rogue difficulty now. We can't be messing around. I'm almost dead. The bubble shield, it does nothing. Okay, I'm gonna die. But you know what? This feels right. Holy cow. Are you a thing? Angela Bassett did the thing. Remember that? Okay, loot vortex. Give me something good. Should be able to jump over the walls. This is unrelated, but can you believe that Apollo is still playing Among Us? Like, I got torched by watching, or by playing Isaac for so long. Dude's literally out here still playing Among Us. June 2023. Oh! I mean, like, again, this is hater talk. Don't get me wrong. I'm being a hater, but it's for the purposes of entertainment, so it's okay. Yeah, I played Isaac for like 12 years or something like that, but at least when I play Isaac, like, I get to be alone with my thoughts. I can't imagine playing like 4 years of a game where 90% of it is like everyone yelling during the town hall, I would lose my damn mind, man. Six shards? Not doing much at the shop here. Also, this may bother you, but it's the truth for me. I would rather be like poorer in game than waste all my time, become another casualty of society, but then waste all my time like looking for environmental objects to break, just to get like a few extra shards. I'll take what the game offers, man. If the game wants to offer me shards from enemies, that's fine. If I get some ambiently, we'll take it. But I'm not gonna waste my time and, as mentioned, become another casualty of society. It's a really funny song, right? I know I'm not the first person to remember this, but it might have the funniest line of any song that's ever been like a top 10 Billboard Hot 200 song, right? The type to say my mom should have had another abortion, 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 da 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 da. It's kind of like an all-time line. I was way too into pop punk as a kid. Brother, I'm way too into it now because it makes for the best Peloton rides for high cadence. The only thing is, all they do is play Dirty Little Secret by the All-American Rejects every single time. And I got nothing against it, but at the same time, like, I feel like there's a lot of other songs available they could be pulling from. Exploding? What are you doing there? Nothing? I don't have a melee weapon. I shouldn't try to melee those. Tell a story about the kid who wanted weed? I can't believe I went this long without telling it. I was walking, I don't want to brag, but it actually makes the story better that I was on my way to the bank. I guess you're right, I do have a combat rifle, huh? And I just, like, when I was crossing the street, I just saw a kid, and he just didn't look like he fit in with where he was standing. Like, he looked like... I'm trying to think of the right way to describe it. It's non-offensive, but, like... It wasn't like he was in the financial district, you know, dressed in... like all Rick Owens or something like that, you know? It's more like I took note of him as a character while I was crossing the street. And then, I got over to him, and he stepped out, not in front of me, but like adjacent to me, and said, "Hey, man." And I looked up and I said, "Hey, what's up?" And he said, "Would you go into the dispensary and buy me some weed?" And I just said, "Nah, dude." And then I kept walking. But I really did take it as like an incredible compliment. Because I was like, holy cow, there were a lot of people crossing the street, and this guy chose me. How old was he? He was under 18, obviously, or 19. I don't know how old you have to be to buy weed in Canada, because it was made legal when I was like already 45 or whatever. All enemy attacks break walls, stronger knockback, or chance of dropping coffee. Dude, let's try Shard Gamble. But like, for real, I took it as like a little bit of a compliment. He thought I was the coolest looking person on the street in the cohort of people that crossed the street at that exact time. And when you're on the street, depending on the street, I bet you are definitely in the top 3 cool looking dudes on the street. Depending on the street. What is this? It shoots an explosive barrel. Okay, that seems pretty good. I have succeeded in my quest. Now let's hope the gamble did not fail to pay off here. Water sprint during combat, water bullet chance, melee bullets. I'll take water bullet chance. Rain rounds, so I can settle down. Wait, do I not get? Where's my item? Somewhere else over here? What are you doing? Anyway, I said no, because, like... But the tweet where I said why I said no was also true. One of the... Oh, that's pretty good. One of the reasons I said no was because, like, I'm not gonna catch, like, a fine or something like that, or worse, like buying weed for a 15-year-old kid. But then, like, the other thing... We don't need that. We'll stick with the explosive barrel and the combat rifle. The other thing was that I've never even been to a marijuana dispensary myself. So, like, I don't know what goes on in those stores. I'm too intimidated to go into them even myself. If I was gonna go in and get over that anxiety, it would be to buy myself some weed. It wouldn't be to buy a stranger some weed. But, like, I'm not even going in for my own benefit. I'm definitely not going in for the benefit of somebody else that could also, like, you know, land me with a rap sheet. Is that what they still call it? Still call it a rap sheet? By the way, get torched. I'm the best at bouncing. You just walk in and say what you want. Okay, what do I want? Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. Who looks like Timothy Chalamet. 6'4", 110 pounds. Full sleeve tattoo of Naruto. I would like one weed, please. I don't want to say, like, hey, what weed would you recommend for, like, a 34-year-old dad who doesn't partake? Because then they're just going to sell me some shit like CBD that doesn't work anyway. I mean, 63 shards? I should go in here. Tell him you want to go wild? I don't want to go wild. Hang on, hang on. Let me find something here. Faster reload sounds great for 20. Bat attack on reload during battle. Pious pummeler. I feel like we got to give that a chance, man. And is this is a melee weapon? Let's try a melee plus an assault rifle. Like, I don't want to be like a kid with a fake ID at the bar, right? That's like, sits down and is like, I want something classy. Ah, I know. I'll take a screwdriver. I'm in this room. The boss is in this room. The boss has left this room. You didn't get your reload item? I have strong opinions on game design. One of my strong opinions on game design is when you buy an item, you shouldn't have to pick it up. Buying it means that you picked it up. I made it. I made it. -2 for weapons, +2 for passives. Okay, I would accept that. Boss me? Oh, he's moved again. It really is Monster Hunter. From Software Games asking if I want to, if I'm sure when I try to upgrade my healing flask. So true. I used to be a bartender, dealt with it a lot. Young women with fake IDs always seem to order Manhattans. Really? I wonder what the fake ID drink for a young man is. Because I hate to say it, because it's maybe my cocktail of choice. But I bet it's an old-fashioned. Or am I old to think that young people would want an old-fashioned because it's something they heard of from Mad Men? We don't know Mad Men, old man. Old man. We don't interface well with Mad Men anymore. We think it's problematic, even though the point of the show was that it was resurfacing the problematic culture of the 1960s to poke fun at it from a more modern context. Now we're divorced from that context and we just think that for some reason people in the 2010s were like really into getting shit-faced at work and degrading their female employees. Hang on, I gotta stomp you for a second. What are you? You're nothing. You got any friends? I got friends. You? No, look at you. You don't have friends. How would you like to have 200 friends? %, it's an AMF. What the heck is AMF? Did I just get Ligmud? It's an adios MFer? What the heck is an adios MFer? Hang on, I'm scared. It's basically a blue Long Island iced tea. It's uranium infused tequila. That's crazy. I've never, you know what? It's after my time, I suppose. It's after my time. Give me a chance to spawn some coffee. That sounds great. Sounds nice. Chance to spawn some coffee. Chance to exit this world. My drink was a Long Island. I was always like when I was in university, I would always get like a rum and coke. But I still think like a rum and coke is pretty good. But I don't want to like order a rum and coke. Because I would be like, can I have rum and coke zero? And then I'm like, it's like I feel like I'm being judged. Maybe that's my own problem though. I'm sure it gets ordered like a lot. But I don't want to drink like, if I have like 2 or 3 cocktails, it's like 2 sodas right there. Like that's just too much, man. So instead I'm always like, oh, I'll take like I always order like some shit that's too expensive and probably like just as sugary. But I'll be like, but it's like more adults. I'll have like I'll have a caipirinha, please. They always say like some shit like, what kind of cachaça do you want in it? And I'm like, anything's good. I'm like, I don't fucking know. I'm content with my current coffee setup. I'm content with everything, I think. I'm ready to go to the next area. I'm ready to progress. I had 2 margaritas at a Mexican restaurant last night.
Eggs will be stepped on.
Excuse me? You promise? I don't know why that sounds like a line from I Think You Should Leave. So I got something to admit. I had 2 margaritas at a Mexican restaurant last night. The margaritas at a Mexican restaurant, it's kind of like playing roulette, right? Like sometimes you end up getting like a reasonably sized drink with a reasonably sized amount of alcohol inside of it. And sometimes like that first margarita comes out and it's like half a gallon and they use 6 ounces of tequila in it. And you're like, holy cow. Okay, wait, we made it through World 1 on Rogue difficulty, so I think I'm pretty good. I'm better at the game. I didn't die instantly, unlike last time. Hey, what does it mean when the enemy has, like, yellow stars over their head? I guess that's a stunt. I figured it out. It means they're stunned. It's the second easiest difficulty? Excuse me, there's no way moderate is the easiest difficulty. I simply refuse to believe it. I think I figured out how to handle this without wasting so much ammo. I'm going to hit you with my hammer. If you don't die, I'm going to right-click on you. That way I'm not just wasting bullets for no reason. No! I'm dead! Alright, no more melee for now. Quick restart me, I'm ready. Good plan. So true, so true. But you know what? We're learning the systems here. I'm going to play a little smoother now, play a little faster. I always love, and we've talked about this a lot before as we get the Mega Gloob Station too. But I love the, like, the lore that gets made up by essentially kids who are drinking for, like, the first time in their whole life. And, like, I had it too when I was that age, but I just remember, like, my friend, when we were, like, 19, ordered a shooter, not even like a shot, but a shooter at a bar that was called liquid cocaine. And it sounds like something that would kill you, but I'm pretty sure it's literally like Coca-Cola and Goldschlager or something like that. And then he made like a 2-liter pre-mix of it that he kept in a plastic bottle. And like anytime we would hang out, he would bring the 2-liter of liquid cocaine and be like, "You guys want some liquid cocaine?" He also told me, and I don't know, he might be watching this right now, so if he still believes this, the burden of proof is on him, okay? That's all I'm gonna say. But he told me about something called a snake bite, which is a cocktail that's half beer and half alcoholic cider. And he told me that, like, in the United Kingdom, it's illegal to serve it because people were getting too drunk that they were, like, dying. It wasn't just the cocktail existing. He was like, the law had to step in and stop them from being sold because they were, like, too effective. Like, somehow there's, like, a chemical reaction between alcoholic beer and alcoholic cider that, like, just makes it get processed differently or something. Oh, man. I'm feeding the void. I'm bouncing on the void. I'm feeding the void. I'm feeding the void. I'm touching the void. I'm feeding the void. I'm feeding the void again. You gonna give me something? I need some more shards, I guess. Well, dude didn't even know he was surrounded by shards. Don't even get me started on absinthe. So true. Absinthe. It's a hallucinogen, right? That's the lore. The green fairy. Is that the stuff with the worm in it? I think isn't that tequila? Or does tequila have the hair of the dog in it? I always get confused. Hey, there's too many enemies on the damn screen, man! I'm bouncing. I'm bouncing. You kept making the stops? They kept ringing the bell. Your glass when you order a Long Island iced tea? There's too much fucking shit on me? Okay. By the way, Kate she's been talking about I think you should leave. She's been insulting Season 2 quite a lot. She said Season 2 has, like, almost no good sketches. And I said, excuse me? Haunted House or Ghost Tour, great sketch. There's too much shit on me, great sketch. Like, there's some stinkers, don't get me wrong. The first Crashmore sketch is very good. Brian, dude, I totally forgot Brian's hat is like one of my all-time favorites. Oh my god, did you see Brian's hat? What the hell? I got nothing against the Long Island iced tea, by the way. I've had some Long Island iced teas in my day. Cocktails are weird, though. Like, Kate took a bartending class. I know she's here right now. It's actually based. I'm not asking her to defend herself. And then she made me all these, like, delicious cocktails for a while. But then, like, at a normal, like, bar situation, I never know if the bartender's gonna, like, know how to make, like, a greyhound or like a paloma or something like that. Like I don't have good bardar to know whether I'm, and then they're gonna be like, what's in it? And I'm going to be like, I don't know, it's Paloma. My wife makes them for me sometimes. How about a little of this? A little bit of that? How about a little bit of this? They should know a Paloma? It was great. I don't even remember a Paloma. I simply remember that it tasted good. Is that like... One of them is like vodka grapefruit juice or something. Enter the large sticky shell. Suppose I will. Hey, don't explode on me, brother. Porco Rebel Grenade. I'm not even gonna look at the other ones. It said when you reload, you get a grenade, and that's enough for me. And the only cost is enemies explode on death. That's like, it's meaningless, man. It's irrelevant. Now let me see what this looks like. Where's my grenade? Oh, there it is. A little underwhelming, I suppose, but what did I expect? Protect this boot. Protect this boot, defend on stomp. Health jars bombardment. More ammo. Give me stomp synergies, man. I be stomping. You guys remember Backpack Kid? I will not sack max health. Let's skip it this time. You don't remember Backpack Kid? In many ways, he was kind of the original Baby Gronk, I would say. A lot of people aren't ready for that yet. I don't want to go off on a rant here, but does anybody else think that Baby Gronk is just Backpack Kid for the post-Fortnite generation? I like Gen Z, Dennis Miller. That could be... Sure, I'll fight you. Stop moving, it makes you harder to hit. With my Porco grenade. Hey, is this anything? You know Un Poco Loco from Coco? But you also know Porco Rosso? Un Porco Rosso, un Porco di Rosso. The planes that you are flying, the tears that we are crying. You're only un Porco Rosso. Is this anything? Is this something? Un Porco Rosso? I'm being told it's not anything. Yeah, you guys probably would have told me to call... You would have told Radiohead to call their album, like, Not Okay Computer, too. It's good, it's good. Thank you. I knew it! I don't know why everyone is protesting too much. Laser on block? I don't block, ever. Water sprint during combat? That seems like what I'm looking for. That's it, though? They aren't okay computers? Is that what the album's about? I thought it was like the computer did something, and they were like, okay, computer! Okay! Stompable bone buttons appear. I'd rather not. Sacrifice... You know what? I actually think I would sacrifice water bending for max health. And then maybe we could sacrifice max health. I'm remembering to pick up my items. It's progress. Maybe we could sacrifice max health for something else. Pretty good, computer. Pretty good.
Blissful bug. bugs thrive
Hello,
here.
buddy.
Everyone looks down on them, squashes them. They will never be as satisfied as a bee.
I've watched on YouTube for years. This is my first time watching on Twitch. It's lit. It's the adult tour, which means we can drink. We can say whatever the hell we want. Mostly just, I think you should leave quotes lately, though. This way, please. Also, this is the same guy, by the way. And we're friends to this day. So this is, I mean, if we weren't friends, I wouldn't tell the story. But we went to his house. He used to live with Mal for a while. We went to his house, and he was like, check this out. He had been soaking Skittles, like sour Skittles, in vodka for like 2 weeks or something like that. And then it made like this multicolored candy vodka. And he was hyping it up. He was like, I'm so excited to like try this. I don't remember much after that. I do remember we definitely tried it. Didn't it just turn brown? No, he had like 2 bottles, and one of them was like just the green Skittles or whatever, and one of them was like just the purple ones or something. $20 shards. Defeated enemies. Wait, what's the bonus? It's a maximum heart container. A maximum heart container. Holy cow! I should just be reloading constantly, man, because we get the Porco Rosso grenade all the time. There's too much fucking shit on me. I've been hit. Too much fucking shit on me. I can't breathe. I'm just jumping, man. Give me some space! I'm out of here. Defeated enemies revive once. See if I care. Is it like a rule every game has to have like a penis enemy now, too? I mean, it's nothing I've never seen before. I'm just saying, like... I'm gonna recycle my begunner. I have received ammunition and a shotgunner with 220 bullets. Bullets become homing orbs. Spirit assist on kill. Exploding frog bullets. I think exploding frog bullets. Please don't forget your reward. Is it in here somewhere? Hey, there it is. You see, Kate, she's quoting, I think you should leave, like, non-stop now. I think, like, there's something interesting about I think you should leave. Is that, like, the first time you watch the sketches, they're, like, usually not that funny. And then every subsequent time you watch them, you appreciate them more. Or is it, like, or is it, like, repeated things, like, recognizance of a bit makes it funnier? Or is it, when you're not fixated on trying to figure out, like, what the premise of the sketch is, you can appreciate the finer details more? I don't know. It's an interesting question. I'm not really concerned about it. It's just interesting to think about, I suppose. I'm not too worried about, like, what makes it funny. I'm mostly just like, it's funny. Stop hitting me. We've only broken 1 health bar on the boss. We got a long way to go. Get stomped on? Help me, help me. shit on me. You know what it is, though? I don't want to go off on a rant here, but does anyone else think that I think you should leave is introducing Gen Z to millennial humor, which is just quoting funny things with completely devoid of context? Hey, the time comes for all of us. No, no. Okay, tell me you're like 25 without telling me you're 25. No, we can't be as unfunny as millennials. We grew up watching fucking iCarly or some dumb shit. Welcome to the show. There's dozens of us. Half of Gen Z humor is just having watched SpongeBob SquarePants. I know, and that's what bothers me, because they took it from us. When half of millennial humor was just having seen Anchorman, The Legend of Ron Burgundy, and Dodgeball and Napoleon Dynamite, all within a span of like 16 months. I'm not leaving. I'm not freaking leaving. What about Superbad? I love it. It's the best movie out of any of the movies that I mentioned. I just wasn't in high school when it came out. I had just finished my first year of university, which means there's a little less time for quoting, because we were too busy quoting Napoleon Dynamite. There wasn't any more room for more quotes. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Get out! I gotta sprint! I gotta sprint! Why am I walking? Let's go. Is it just me, or are frog bullets kind of ass? I'm just gonna level with you. I can't evaluate anything yet. It's like day one of like algebra class. Like I'm just trying to, like, teacher's like, what is X? And I'm like, it's a letter in the alphabet. Like I don't even understand the question yet. Like that's the level of competency I'm at. Is basically 0. I got a long way to go. I don't know how to evaluate anything. I don't know what any of this shit does, and I'm scared. Ammo. I know what ammo does. I guess I know what some stuff does. Get out of here, monster hunter. Leave! Tina, you fat lard. Okay, hang on. I gotta go. I gotta go. Forget about the shed for now. Maybe you could buy health in the shed. What the hell? He's in here too! Ah, but you know what? Now the chickens come home to roost, buddy. And they do be roosting. There's ammo too, huh? Beacon barrage during battle? I can't do that right now. I'm scared. Bo is afraid? Yeah, and I'm horny. You don't see me making a 3.5 hour long movie about it. There you go. We got him in the classic attack pattern of not hitting us at all. What? I'm bringing the joke back! I'm saving the party, brother! What the hell am I trading for beacon barrage? I don't know what I'm trading. I think I'm trading the shotgunner. I'm unwilling to do that. He's leaving. There's health here somewhere. I'll take your word for it. This is a room where we should just be bouncing. We should be bouncing and right-clicking. Anytime you see, like, an individual enemy, oh, that's a bounce and right-click situation. Where's my health? Dude, where's my health? Dude. That icon means there's a trade. Red plus means there's a trade. What the hell? What's next? Bullet means... money? Wait a minute, Gungeon already did that. Oh, this is like full health and something else, right? This is actually worth it. Never stop moving. I will never stop moving. I'm bouncing, I'm jumping, I'm mashing at all times. This gives us full ammo too, right? Like this could be an insane get for us. I've got to remember, you always go into the Porco Shack. You can always go into the Porco Shack. There's always money in the banana stand. Give me a bounce here. We take those. Give me some ammunition. I never stop moving. I fully healed. I've got full ammo. Snake bullets. Fling back bullets. Melee wall break. I mean, we're stacked now. Give me snake bullets. I know we got frog bullets. Can you have frog and snake bullets? Yellows are legendary. Right. I forgot about that. Forgot about rarity. What was the ant killing thing? Oh yeah, chat. What's the trap that actually kills ants? Trooper glue? Taro. Just give it a second. Taro liquid bait. I'm gonna die. You're too strong. Oh my god. You know, I'm realizing like, I could just leave. Hey! Oh. Like I tried to jump on top of him and then bounce. You can't. I think I should have just gone and then gotten some more HP. Try sprinting? Oh, yeah. Okay. I got one more in me. Maybe baby difficulty's actually good? Yeah, if you want to, like, never face strife in your life, and then, like, win every run, and then be like, why am I bored with this game? Negative Steam review, it's boring. Leave an ignorant Steam review. I've played 300 hours of this, and it's out of new content. Negative review. Entering the shell home. If you want to learn the game and get better. Bro, this isn't like, you know, rock climbing. It's a toy for leisure entertainment. There's no reason to sacrifice current fun, because there might be fun in the future. Like, that's going to med school. You do your residency, and you're like, I want to die. And then later, you're like, I only work 2 days a week and I drive a Mercedes. This is just this is G.I. Joe. I'm just going to pose his arms like finger guns and go, you're dead, Peppa Pig. What is this? Some kind of chest. Emeraldon parasites will emerge from defeated enemies. That's like a snake toilet. I'm going to go for this one. I didn't even look at the negative. Some kind of version of enemies explode. I don't know. I'm feeling okay. He's wasting 2 days a week for a Mercedes? We got like vehicle inflation or something, man. Something's not right. Maybe it's because now I live in like Vancouver. When I was a kid, I lived in Kingston, which is like smaller. But when I was a kid, if there was like somebody in your neighborhood who drove a nice Mercedes, you knew it. Nowadays, you go meet like, you know, like a dude hanging up light fixtures in your condo or something like that. He shows up with the Mercedes. You're like, what the hell? Now you see like a McLaren when you're out. You don't even bat an eye. Like, what? Whatever happened to the Toyota Corolla? Whatever happened to the Honda Civic? Faster bullets, longer range. Melee weapons burn enemies. Faster sprint. Blue is rarer than green, right? Yes. I'll take faster bullets, longer range. I'll take bullets travel towards the direction I point. And I don't need anything else. I got a Civic out front. Horse tack is attached. Riding... I was gonna be like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if the song said riding in my Porsche? Then I realized he does say you can whip your Porsche. If Lil Nas X has one fan, I am him. I think. I don't know. I've only heard like 2 songs. They seem okay though. Owning a Civic is a flex these days? Is that why I've never seen... you know what drove me crazy as well, or is driving me crazy? When I was a kid... Well, not a kid, but like a teenager. The Honda CR-V was everywhere. Nowadays, you don't see anybody rocking a Honda CR-V. You'll see some Toyota RAV4s. You never see a CR-V. What happened to the Honda CR-V, man? It used to be the dominant mid-sized SUV for the Canadian family. I drive a CR-V, they're everywhere. Bro, they're getting their butt kicked by the RAV4. Can somebody look up sales figures? Toyota RAV4 versus Honda CR-V. Finger gun. Okay. It's melee. I think there's more CR-Vs. I'm telling you, it's crazy. The RAV4, it's got to be like... I feel like there's got to be 3x RAV4s. At least here. Which means I technically can't be proven wrong. Which is awesome. It's a nice sounding weapon. It's 3-2 in sales in favor of the RAV4. So what is that, like 4-1? The Ravissance. I just feel like in general, and I was like, well, let me explain to you my family's history with cars, okay? My dad had a Dodge Shadow when I was really young, like, you know, 3 years old. And he hated it. He said it was a piece of crap and he would never buy another Dodge vehicle ever again. Then he bought a candy apple red 1996 Ford Taurus. I know what you're gonna say. Is it the one that had the Winamp skin center console? Yes, it did. And at the time, I thought that shit was like the coolest looking car on the planet. And maybe it was, because it sold a lot of units, that's for sure. I'm sure it was one of the like top 5 most popular cars in North America for a while. Then he was like, it's kind of a piece of crap. And I'll never buy another Ford product again as long as I live. Then he bought a Honda Accord, and that thing was pure gas. That was a beautiful car. So after the Honda Accord, he also bought a CR-V. Or my mom got a CR-V. And she loved the CR-V as well. Now they drive Lexuses, which is like the... I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, out my parents for being bougie. They've worked hard, they deserve it. The Lexus also, they enjoy. They're not a Honda family anymore, but I've always had positive things to say about Honda as a result of that experience. But now I feel like Hondas aren't cool anymore. In the mid-2000s, you know, everyone was driving the gray or silver Civic. Maybe they upgraded to an Accord. The CR-V was like on top of the world. Nowadays, I feel like I don't see like modern Civics. I feel like I don't see many modern Accords. I see very few modern CR-Vs, and I see Priuses fucking everywhere. Camrys, Corollas. I don't think I need health yet. I want to break another crystal. But I also don't know anything about cars. And I live in, like, I think what is a vehicularly unique part of North America. Which is to say that 1 in 5 people in Vancouver is a realtor, so I think there's a lot of, like, leased BMWs out there. See a lot of BMWs. The #1 car, like, by far, I feel, is the white Tesla Model 3, though. Like, that's just... You can't escape it. Help me. I'm going to smack you with my gun. Look at this, look at this. You're in the crucible. It's over for you. You did not get stunned. Bro, I'm out of ammunition for, like, almost everything. I'm in a lot of trouble. I'm in a world of hurt. I don't know how I'm gonna kill a boss with no bullets. I don't know if I have enough money to get more bullets. The boss is here. Hey, why would I not even try to block the shot? Hello, sir. Ammo? Thank you so much. I guess it's not ammo, it's durability. That's okay. I'm not afraid to get a little up close and personal. Gotta admit, it does a lot of damage. Yes, yes, okay. I don't know if I want to stand so close to you. Like, I feel like I'm listening to Sting and the Police right now. Please do not stand so close to me. Me when I'm at the grocery store in, May 2020. I'll just say me when I'm at the grocery store now, but... Okay, you're dead. We made it. We lived. Beacon-powered electricity turret. Rat bullets? Melee durability? Sure, let's... I guess I'm going melee build for now. We're paying attention for once. Me when I'm at the grocery store? Excuse me, shopkeep, can you fix the self-checkout machine? Me when I'm using the self-checkout machine and the self-checkout machine breaks, so they come over and fix it, and then when I go to check out, it asks me for a tip option, and I say, what is the tip for? And they say, we did a great job fixing the self-checkout machine. Double melee attack. Well worth it. Now, I'm probably not going to give up finger gun. Faster bullets? I mean, I don't need a next level of linear field. I can't even trade this. I don't even have it anymore. A lot of tip discourse again. Have you noticed that? I don't even know why I'm feeding you, but... There's a Twitter account that went viral for, ooh, 55 Vocaliber. A Twitter account that goes viral for, like, posting receipts from tips that they get at their job. And some of them are pretty bad. And, like, let's just... Imagine you live in a world where tipping is normal, okay? If you're a European, then it's going to be hard for you. But in North America, it's very common, okay? Standard tip, like 15%, 20%. It used to be 15 was standard. Now, if you say you tip 15, people are like, you're an asshole. Because the new thing that people lie about is they say they tip 25. So you got to say you do at least 20 if you want to stay in the conversation. Anyway, they post receipts. Some of them are pretty bad. Some of them is like $53 bill. The person tips $2, rounds it up to 55. That's pretty bad, okay? Like for North America. But one of them was getting me because the bill was 170 and they tipped 30 to round it up to 200. And people were roasting them. They're like, they tipped 18% on this bill and it's 170 bucks. The higher that the bill gets, the higher percentage that the proportion of the tip should be as well. And I was like, don't lump the dude tipping 30 on 170 into the, say, the dude that's got $2 on a $53 bill. That's crazy.
This place fills you with an acquainted feeling, an urge to look.
I'm just saying, I got no problem with tipping because
You should not.
it's easier to just accept it than to change it. I don't have any power in that department. The Invader. Well, what does this do? This seems cool. What does this do? Ah, it doesn't seem as cool. I'm going to stick with this one. Porco Land. But, like, if we're going to start shaming people for, like a 18% tip or something like that, all I'm going to say is, like, it's gonna backfire. People are going to say, if 18's not acceptable, then get ready for 0. Accept Soul Baby Fetch Quest. Sure, why not? Alright, I'm ready. I don't know what I gotta do. I can imagine what I gotta do. Okay, missed every single shot to start with. If you see a red circle, run away. Hey, remember, you can block bullets. Remember that? I can block bullets with my melee weapon. I'm recalling this now. Why are you so strong? I feel like you're stronger than you should be for the amount of durability I'm using to kill you. I tend to tip 20. I mean, there was like a period of like a year and a half when stuff started reopening more seriously after COVID, where I made an effort to tip even more just because I was like, you guys basically got screwed. But there is like some tip inflation now, man. Like, there's tipping on everything. It used to be like, you know, if you got a tip option at a coffee shop after just getting like a drip coffee handed to you, you were kind of like, really? A tip option? Nowadays, like, that's standard. And at Subway, there's a tip option on like the Interact machine when you order your sandwich, and you're like, what the hell are we doing here? Do not dodge. Do I need a gun? Not really. Stompable bomb buttons. 20. Do not stomp on anything. Defeated enemies throw ice runes. That's just too much text. I refuse to look at anything that has that much text. Again, I understand tipping. I wouldn't say I'm pro tipping. I would say I'm pro, you know, when in Rome, do what the Romans do. You know, I live in North America. Tipping is... Did I stomp on something? I live in North America. Tipping is standard here, so I tip. When I go to Japan and tipping is non-standard, I don't tip. All I'm saying is if you could take it too far. And I think we've probably taken it too far. It'd be nice to walk it back just a little bit. Banana attack on reload? Why not? Back away, banana breath. What did you eat for lunch? A banana? Take some ammo, please. 109% ammo? Tipping is bad for the work environment as a whole. I would disagree. I would say that the standard of tipping existing is bad for the work environment because it enables the employer to pay lower wages. But because they're already enabled to pay lower wages, then it's really bad for the work environment to not tip. I mean, I've had the same position for like my entire adult life. You can be against tipping, but in order for it to be like ideologically consistent, that you think you're doing something well, you have to be doing more than just saying, I don't support tipping and then not tipping. You have to be like emailing your congressperson like once a month and going like, hey, we need to pay servers a living wage and abolish tipping. I need my health. I need more health than this. This is not enough health. I needed more health than that. You didn't... What? It was not health. It's a spirit, baby. I think I'm going to die. What if I don't live in North America, but I travel there? You should definitely tip, for sure. I mean, like, that's a given. I don't have any. I mean, like, the reason we don't have anything else to talk about is because the tipping discussion is probably like the oldest discussion on the internet at this point. Shit started in like Reservoir Dogs. I should be sprinting. And the French Big Mac. Excuse me, he wasn't in France, he was in Belgium. It was the Flemish Big Mac. Swordster. I mean, honestly, the finger gun's not really doing it for me anymore. Let's give it a chance. He was in Amsterdam? Oh, never mind. I thought he was in Belgium for some reason. Also, the other thing that's hard to tease apart with, like, tipping is I feel like everybody is, like, recycling the same lie that we all heard from, like, our uncles growing up. I can't be in here. I'm gonna die. Like, they're always like, well, I tip 15% because my friend's sister's friend worked as a waitress in a high-end bar, and she made $750 a night on tips, and guess what, brother? It's all under the table. And I'm like, it maybe happened, like, to one lady, but then the story has become so mimetic at this point that it's used the same way people are like, you know, I never give money to the homeless because there's a homeless guy that lives in a city that I went to once. Well, I didn't go there, but my friend lived there. Actually, they didn't live there. They went on vacation there. And they said at night, they packed up all their stuff and a Mercedes came and picked them up and drove them back to a mansion on the other side of town. And I'm like, nobody who's told this story has ever actually seen it themselves, but they're like all 100% sure that it happens all the time. Just like my friend is a teacher and you wouldn't believe she was going through the attendance and kids' names these days. She said, La'a, is La'a here? And then the lady held up her hand and said, it's actually Ladasha. These are things that I don't think ever happens in living memory, but for some reason they all exist in our shared cultural stories. I don't want to fight the boss. I'm scared. Also, like, we have to tip waiters and waitresses as well, because they also go out to eat and then they got a tip. There's 2 health jars back there. Don't kill me. There's 2 health jars. But there's one more for a baby. And then I can't leave! Don't shoot. Or I'll shoot. I got you. I've got all 4 babies. Take me back to the base. Excuse me? Is this not where... This is not my spawning room. This is not my beautiful house. I can't leave? I can leave now? Gain max health! I lived! I should have gained... Well, actually, the order doesn't matter, I guess. Where's my boss at? Am I not on this room? It says the boss is here? Are they sleeping? They were just chilling? Me when I'm trying to find my lifted Dodge Ram 1500 in the Home Depot parking lot. Where is that large? This is not my large automobile. So, wait, we can make this work. Is this anything? Me when I'm driving my leased BMW and I don't know how to let other people know that I'm about to make a left turn and cut them off. How do I work this? Me when I accidentally fall asleep in my shed. I may find myself living in a shotgun shed. Borat singing... Listen, we're gonna get to something eventually here. Borat singing Once in a Lifetime. This is my beautiful wife, not letting the days go by. Let the potassium hold you down. Oh, man, that could be good. That could work, man. Borat doing Once in a Lifetime at karaoke. That could go somewhere. Bro, where's your final little fucking health block? Get me out of here. Yeah, sure, I would sack max health for something, but first I gotta break a frickin' vase tonight. You're just in here? You're just in here, okay. Nothing to worry about then. Did you guys see that Pete Davidson is playing Mirage in the new Transformers movie, Rise of the Beasts? I'm pretty excited, personally. I've always wanted to see Mirage on the big screen. And what could be greater than Mirage's telltale wisecracks with the comedic stylings of one Peter Davidson? I don't know anything about what I'm talking about. Did you hear that Baby Gronk got rizzed up by Livy? Get owned. You stink. You stink. You fucking suck. I own you. Oh, man. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, no, he's coming back. I'll take the ammo, please. Thank you so much. I'll take the health, please. Thank you so much. I'll leave forever. If you don't mind. I'm just jumping. I'm just jumping. Are you doing anything? You're just relaxed? Oh, okay. I should have faster reaction time than that. Keep attacking. You're just breaking bullets. Dude, I'm crazy. I'm gonna own them here. Enter the funky smelling cave. 20 shards. Skip challenge. Extremely strong gravity. I'll take extremely strong gravity. What would people look like if gravity on Earth was like twice as strong as it actually was? As it actually is? Would we be really short or really tall? You might say really short because the force would actually push us down, thus making it like harder to be taller. But maybe we'd be really tall because like we'd still need to reach things, right? Like shelves and stuff like that. Basketball hoops. So there might be like increased secondary selection for height. You know what I mean? No? Okay. Fair enough. I guess I gotta go legendary and get Crazy Rat Lady. She just sort of follows me around. I'm down with that. More loot? This is, it's crazy. Wind stomp, fire stomp, expanded block. I do be blocking. No, I don't. Let's go wind stomp. I will find you. I will kill you. I don't have money. What I do have is a very particular set of skills. Skills that make me a nuisance for a man such as yourself. What's going on with the rats? You know what? I do see her throwing some rats over there. I'll take a beacon barrage during battle. I will upgrade my whetstone so my melee weapons last longer. Hot take, Taken is crap. I don't know if that's a hot take. I think it's a pretty not good movie. If anything, they're lucky they made like 2 of them. Or 3 of them, sorry. So that, like, the first one looks better by comparison. And it's the same thing that happened with, like, Transformers. Like, I think Transformers 1 is kind of, like, not good at all. But because the sequels are so obviously worse, then, like, it makes the original look a little better. And by the way, if you were born in like 1999, this conversation is not for you. I get, like, it's a formative moment. You were 8 when you saw it in theaters. Like, that, I can't argue with that. That's just Mother Nature. Yeah, I think I would go 50% rat rate and 20% more health. Now, Rat Race, that's a movie. Saw that in theaters in sunny Belleville, Ontario. Trade shoes for electric bullets. I'm not interested, honestly. I'm not interested. I'll tell you why I'm not interested, because I'm mostly doing melee right now. 20 shards for more durability. Easiest money ever spent. Got anything else for me here? Lose your sword. Lose your banana reload. Lose your cruise missiles. I'll lose cruise missiles for that in a heartbeat. Thoughts on Bullet Train? I thought Bullet Train was fun. I enjoyed it when I saw it on the airplane. I'll trade my Vocaliber for this. I'm going full melee. Bullet Train, I don't think it's an amazing movie. Melee wall break, dodging spikes, exploding. I'll take melee wall breaks. I'm going in. I don't think it's an amazing movie, but one thing that annoys me sometimes is that when it comes to action movies, if you enjoy it, you always have to, like, couch it in the fact that you recognize that it's not, like, you know, it's not past lives, right? You always got to be like, well, if you're looking for something at the multiplex where you could just turn your brain off and it's so nice to see Brad Pitt having fun in the movies again. I get it's not high art. If you're looking for something to see that'll tickle your cerebrum a little bit, you got to go see Past Lives. But if you're just looking to have a good time and you don't take yourself too seriously, then maybe, just maybe, Bullet Train, it's not that I thought it was the best movie ever made, but at the same time, it's just like, it can just be fun. Like, you don't have to... Like, action movies, this might sound crazy, but I think that they're... What's the word I'm looking for? Systematically? I think action movies are systematically actually underrated. Most people, I believe, probably hold the opposite opinion, that maybe they're overrated. But I genuinely think that action movies are looked down upon too much. Just because of the genre that they're in. I'm going in. Melee lasers. Close-up camera. The camera do be close up, but I'm also only using melee anyway, so maybe it's a buff. Although I can't see anything. Holy cow, it's a large lad right there. And yet he's dead. Like, you can like multiple kinds of films, you know? Speaking of which, we got like the John Wick 4 soundtrack right here. Like, you can like movies where like a hot dude kills somebody with like a spoon or something like that, and you can also watch movies where like Jesse Eisenberg's younger brother pretends that he invented a Pink Floyd song and sings it at a talent show. Like, it's the beautiful thing in this world. There's multiple options for you. Iron Man! Iron Man's glove! I want max health. Clutch reference to the squid and the whale. Nobody makes sly allusions to Noah Baumbach movies like me. You offering game suggestions in the chat, not realizing that it has about as much usefulness as Adam Driver turning the steering wheel when the car is floating down the river in white noise. Mr. Baumbach stick. So, is this anything? Mr. Shaggy singing about his favorite film director, who's married to Greta Gerwig. Is that correct? I don't keep up on my gossip as much these days. You guys know Noah Baumbach? No? Okay. He's a guy. He's made some stuff. Did he do the kick? Did he do Kicking and Screaming? Chat, can I get a confirmation? Did Noah Baumbach do Kicking and Screaming? Not the Will Ferrell movie where he coaches youth soccer. He did? Thank you, thank you. Dragon Do-Over with a cursed heart? I don't know what it is, but it looks fucking sick, dude. Yes, he did the great one. It's a good movie. Kicking and Screaming, I'm here to tell you, good movie. And I'm not talking about the Will Ferrell one where he coaches youth soccer. I'm out of here. The Drill Dozer. It's rare that a game can make you laugh these days. The last game I played that really made me laugh, and I think it's a little cerebral for some people, but it's called High Life. No, wait, High on Life? High Life is... It's the Kicking and Screaming bit, but backwards. Run, 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 run from it when it spins. High on Life is, like I said, a little bit cerebral. It's kind of like if Rick and Morty fucked South Park, and their baby was the Fairly Odd Parents. You see the tweet in the Foghorn Leghorn voice that said, I say, you're pissing too damn loud, boy! It's the middle of the night and you're pissing in the center of the bowl like you're frying chicken in there. It's a stealth mission, boy. You gotta piss on the side of the bowl. The side! It's actual, maybe one of the top 100 tweets ever made. Is Rat Lady dead? She has an X over her health bar. What was great, too, is when I saw it, I was in an elevator going underground to a bunker 200 feet below sea level. But, I only saw the text because I didn't have enough data to get the picture. And just reading the text, I was like, I bet there's a picture of Foghorn Leghorn here. And absolutely. That's how you know you've written it in the perfect voice. She's back! 76 shards. People to you as well. I'll take better melee. I'll take better Iron Man. I'll take Poison Stomp. I will actually pick it up. Daddy Doug, thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. NL, where would you get your memes from if Twitter didn't exist? I probably, like, wouldn't get as many memes, and I would, like, just to be honest, I think I would be more well-adjusted as a result. I was saying this in the Discord last night, and I believe it. As bad as the Twitter For You page is, and it really is like a lot of like, dude does a backflip while also eating bread type content, but also, it's so much better than the following page, which is just like my friends complaining about their lives. I don't want to see that. That's what the group chat is for. I now, like, Twitter, I can go to it to be, like, somewhat entertained. It's weird, because, like, the website is demonstrably, like, a lot worse, but the content that I see is a lot better. Even if it almost exclusively comes from, like, you know, meme account aggregators, all run by, like, one 16-year-old kid in southern Idaho. Like, I don't know, I mean, it just goes to say you, like, or just goes to say is social media maybe is better that way. Okay, dump this swordster. Give me something good here. I got a stop sign. It's Rumbleverse all over again. No entry. Do not dodge. Helpful royal pumps. Do not sprint. It's automatic. Do not sprint. I oftentimes forget there's even a sprint button. That was not what I should have done there, but that's okay. I could recycle another weapon. I mean, I feel like there's not much reason to have, like, 2 melee weapons, but it's where we're at. We gotta break the maypole. Sure, let's dump the stop sign. Let's recycle that son of a gun. My timeline's all good doctor clips. I mean, Jay is probably... Oh, the Pumpkin Man! You must have been clicking on those memes like crazy, right? Beacon activation stops time. Electric sprint. I'll take beacon activation stops time. You must have been clicking on endless Dr. Han reactions, right? It's the only explanation. I may have stopped and glanced, but I ain't clicking. I honestly think it's part of the reason that my For You page might be messed up. I gotta rush you while time's stopped here. Never mind. I think part of it is that, like, sometimes I'll just get served a tweet that's so insane. There you are. That I have to, like, click on the tweet to try to... I'm dead, for sure. To try to understand the context. And then just by clicking on the tweet, Twitter goes, oh, he loves tweets about, like, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. And I'm like, it's not that I don't, necessarily. It's that I'm just fucking confused, man. I should leave? I should leave here. And buy this. And then go back. And the boss is still here. That's perfect. Stop hitting me! Alright, you got me. I think you did okay, though. Throw in a little slash marker there. Slash marker. Voidigo. I think it's a good game, but I am just going to be honest. Like, there's just, like, a little too much stuff going on for me. It makes it hard for me to keep all the elements in my head simultaneously with all the shit on the screen. I'm getting a little Carl Havoc. I think it was good, though. Someone at the beginning of a segment called it. Imagine being smart enough to, like, suss that out in advance, but not smart enough to realize that, like, you can't play 400 hours of every 7 out of 10 roguelite that comes out. You got a limited amount of time. Did you see that tweet? That was like, this screen was made in 2009 to make fun of how busy game HUDs have gotten, and now it actually looks, like, understated. Sometimes that's how I feel about, like, modern games. I'm like, man, I go back, and admittedly, when I played so much Isaac, of course, that's going to be like an anchor point for me. But Isaac, you spawn, it's like fucking on the floor. It's like WASD, fucking shoot with the arrow keys, have fun, idiot. I feel like we got to get back to the simple days, man. That's why CSGO is appealing. That's the CSGO is just boom. You just log in. Round 1, you buy a CZ, 5 headshot ace, get enough gold, get an M4, take the suppressor off, 5 headshot ace. Now you got an op. Now you just camp mid. The does too. 5 headshots every round. It's the easiest thing in the world. Although CSGO has its own problems, it's too simple because of the fact that you have to use display capture. That's just crazy to me. Anyway, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to come back and get something, play something else. I don't know what we're going to play, but we're going to come back and play something else. There's got to be something, man. This week's top 30. This week's Steam Weekly Top 30. Sporkle. Great and perfectly balanced as all things should be. Yesterday we played intelligent things I'm really bad at. Today let's play intelligent things that I'm a little better at. But the intelligent things that I'm better at is mostly just like recognizing celebrities' faces. It's perfect. We're so back. Can you sing some more of it? Some more of what? Some more of this week's Steam Weekly Top 30. I don't remember like what else they say. I do always remember that Rick Dees was like a 92-year-old man with an incredibly smooth voice. And always say like ridiculous things. You know, much like the three young women in today's song, I'm also sick of paying my automobiles. Number 5, Destiny's Child, Bills, Bills, Bills. Rick Dees in the weekly top 40. I must confess, before I heard this young man's song, I didn't even know what one of these was, but now I do. And I've got dumps like a truck. This is Cisco with the Thong Song, number 39. They do yell yeah a lot, don't they? Hang on. Rick Dees and the weekly top 40. Rick Dees is not 90. Rick Dees is fucking like... He's 73. Okay, let's... Is anybody else a degenerate like me? No matter why I look up a person on Wikipedia, the first thing I do is look at how many spouses they had. There's something wrong with me. That's so me. It's crazy. I could look up, like, you know, Benito Mussolini, and it'll be like, oh, married 4 times, huh? I mean, I knew he was a bad guy, but then you talk about a red flag. Now I find out Rick Dees' wife, Julie Dees, what a name, is an American retired voice actress, best known for her work as Jeannie in the animated version of Jeannie, Bubbles in Jabberjaw, and Baby Smurf and Sassette in the Smurfs. Can you imagine being a fly on the wall for a conversation at the Dees household? Rick Dees slipping into his trademark silky smooth honeyed radio voice, and his wife Julie Dees alternating between Jabberjaw's Bubbles and Baby Smurf from the Smurfs. It's like, what's the guy from Police Academy? You know the one I'm talking about. The guy who goes... Michael Winslow. It's like being in Michael Winslow's therapy session. Coming up at number 1, Somebody That I Used to Know by Got Ya. Take it away. Rick Dees in the weekly top 40. Sporkle. Let me close all these tabs. Did I even change the fucking game name? It's just called Roguelite and Shooter. YIPPEE. I think I could do well on the radio. I mean, I feel like to be a radio host, you don't have to actually be good at anything but talking, which pretty much describes my resume. I think you have to be good at talking, and then like if you do the morning show, you have to be good at waking up at 3 a.m., which I think I could absolutely do. Hey, everybody, and welcome to the Morning Commute. We are sponsored by insert name of local auto mall here, the best place and also coincidentally the only place in town to buy Chrysler, Jeep, and Dodge vehicles. Coming up next, 45 minutes of nonstop music where I hit a button and lean back in my chair. My name's Mustache Mike, and I'll see you at 11. All right, caller, you're on the air. Yo, it's just the real Mustache Mike. I fucking love your shit, dude. Your shit makes my life so... Thank you so much. I love when you play Even Flow by Pearl Jam, followed by Heart Shaped Box by Nirvana, followed by Black Hole Sun by Soundgarden. You're the only person on earth who could do that. I know, I bet... It's crazy that this is like wasting time that I could be streaming something, but it's so much harder than actually streaming, like a game where you just turn into Rainbow. Tick tick. Yeah, that's Ben Affleck and Renee Zellweger. Tick tick click. Got it. Click click. That's Claire Danes at the premiere for the season finale of My So-Called Life. Click click. Put me right there. Click click. Yep, that's Amy Adams's mouth. Click. That's Bryce Dallas Howard. Wait, no, scratch that. That's Jessica Chastain. Slash marker. Sporkle. All right, if you weren't here yesterday I played a physics-based IQ game that was impossible for me, and now I'm going to play Celebrity Sporkle Trivia because I'm good at it and it'll make me feel smarter. So yesterday I feel stupid. Today, hopefully I get to feel a little smarter. We're starting with what I'm imagining is the easiest quiz of all time. 2000s movies title character. I basically could not engineer a quiz that looks easier than this by default. I think I recognize every single one of these. Except you. Except for you. You. Do you have any friends? No, you don't. You don't have friends. How'd you like to have 200 friends? Borat. Who's Borat? Me when I see Borat? Angel A. Okay, probably the one I don't recognize. Napoleon Dynamite. Do the chickens have large talons? Derek Zoolander. Amelie. Juno, Aaron Brockovich, Precious, based on the novel Push by Sapphire, Oliver Twist, Natalie, 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 Billy Elliot, that's you, Milk, Sean Penn, Donnie Darko, Angel, one of you is Angel A, and one of you is Natalie. You're Natalie. You're Angel A. That's Madonna, right? That's okay. I don't really want to buy a Streak Saver. Can somebody tell me what is Angel A movie called Angel A and Natalie is a movie called Natalie? He named a woman. Angel A is a Luc Besson movie. Oh, does she like merge consciousness with her book or something like that? Okay, that quiz, let's just be honest, too easy. It was simply too easy. Let's get out of movies and let's look at like the most popular quizzes today. Most popular quiz today, 2000s movies title characters. Okay, let's try something different. Let me search for, I'm not doing, it's not 50 states, okay? They changed the layout, now I don't know where anything is. I want to, categories. I want to see today's editor picks. Who are they? 11. Can you name the 3 people in the foreground of this picture and name the film they were making at the time? One of them is the director who also directed The Wizard of Oz in the same year. Okay, this is hard. Mostly because I can't read. This is Clark Gable. And 2 people that have never been in my kitchen. Oh, that's the whole quiz, is just one picture? All right, well, I give up. Vivian Leigh, Victor Fleming, and Gone with the Wind. Okay, that's too hard. That one's too hard. We found one that was way too easy. We certainly found one that is far too hard. We got to split the difference. He's never been in my kitchen, okay? Words of the correct type. American countries by first 3 letters. Science trivia Sudoku. Best albums of all time artists. Hang on, let's see if Nirvana's Nevermind is in here. It's not. Can you name the artists who feature in Rate Your Music's top 20 best albums of all time by their highest ranking albums cover? Yes. This is To Pimp a Butterfly. It's the artist. Okay, I had a stroke. This is Kendrick Lamar. This is Radiohead, Pink Floyd, King Crimson in the Court of the Crimson King, Mad Villain. Yo, dude, I didn't know people on Rate Your Music are My Bloody Valentine pilled. They get down with the... I had no idea. Really? Abbey Road, highest rated Beatles album? Honestly, I'm coming around to that take. I love the medley. Sorry, that's the Beatles. This is, was that supposed to be In Shallow? Excuse me, the song's called Only Shallow. And no, that one goes, da-ring, 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 dum, tuka-tuka-tuka-dee, say my man, oh. This is David Bowie, of course. Talking Heads Remain in Light. Velvet Underground. I don't know these two. Miles Davis. Marvin Gaye. Sam Cooke. A Love Supreme. The Black Saint and the Sinner Lady. Funkadelic. Parliament. I don't know him. Charles Mingus, John Coltrane. I know no jazz. The only jazz I know is Michael Bublé. Was Michael Bublé in the top 20 albums? You don't know John Coltrane? I know. You ever done Letterbox Showdown? I've never done Letterbox Showdown, Jay. What's Letterbox Showdown? By the way, the average score on that one, everyone's hating my ass. They're beating my ass on this one. Average score 54. We got 83. So, eat me. Don't care, didn't ask. Plus, you listen to jazz in your free time. Letterboxd Showdown. Can you name the most mentioned films for each Letterboxd Showdown? Score 0 of 200? What the fuck? Okay. I just need to ask, so this is best war films, but why does it say a movie in front of it? Or maybe it's not a movie, maybe it's just like this is what the showdown is called. We can try this. I think to keep it moving, we'll do each category and we won't go back to them unless we see a good reason to, okay? Best war films, 1979, Apocalypse Now. Number 2, Saving Private Ryan. 1987, Platoon. No, it's 1986, idiot. 1987, Full Metal Jacket. 1957, The Dirty Dozen. What Bridge Over the River Kwai. Patton. Okay, 2017, Dunkirk. 1964. Is it A Bridge Too Far? Is that what I'm thinking of? Never mind. 1998, The Thin Red Line. 1993, Born on the 4th of July. 1993, Forrest Gump. You wouldn't. So there's 20 in each category. Best war films. War of the Worlds. There's got to be 1930, right? All Quiet on the Western Front. I'm not looking at chat. It's tempting. I'm not looking at chat. Tropic Thunder, that 2008 Tropic Thunder. That was worth a try. Battle of the Bulge. All these like post-war movies about the war I should be getting. 2001, Black Hawk Down. Oh, can you even see that on the screen? You can see, I was making sure he's a genius. Look at that. 2008 seems ghetto. Inglourious Bastards. What? Okay, we've used 2 minutes here. Let's move on. Best courtroom drama films. 12 Angry Men. To Kill a Mockingbird. 2010 court drama films. Well, I think like Philadelphia could be up there. Runaway Jury, of course, is a classic. No, Aaron Brockovich. I'm surprised. I'm a little surprised. Liar, Liar. It's a good movie, man. 2010 courtroom drama. What about like I'm thinking of the wrong movie maybe? 2000. They don't make that many of these anymore. Or at least they don't make them good, huh? The Pelican Brief. All the President's Men. The Staircase. I'm coming up blank in this one. The Firm. Kramer versus Kramer. There it is. The Devil's Advocate. I think it's not good. The Firm. The Practice. That's a show, I think. Okay, best movie musicals. 1952. It's going to be a West Side. That's probably from the 60s, actually. 1952, Guys and Dolls. 1952, Singing in the Rain. 2016. Is Sing Street going to be on here? I always saw that advertised on Netflix. 2016 musical. 2007 musical. Across the Universe? No. Don't be silly. Hairspray. Okay, Mamma Mia. Oh, M! We got one with M! Mamma Mia. Here I go again. Rent. No, it's not. Don't be stupid. Just name all the old plays. South Pacific. The HMS Pinafore. Jersey Boys. Wicked. This is tough, man. Pride. Best LGBTQIA films. Call Me by Your Name. Call Me Your Name? Really? Milk. I can do this. Y Tu Mama Tambien. Oh, somebody hasn't seen the movie. They didn't see the movie when they made this. Short Bus. It's a little too Canadian pilled for you. We'll come back here. This is really bad optics. Philadelphia? What? Capote. Okay, About Time. Best time travel films. Back to the Future. It's from 2012. About Time. It's 2013. In Time. I always get those confused. You think if there's a chance Back to the Future 2 made it? That's way higher than I would put it up there. Time travel films. Looper. Looper's number 2, huh? It's most mentioned, right? Like not highest rated. I mean, there's got to be like Avengers Endgame, right? It's not in there? I'm just looking to see, is it mentioned? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Time travel, movies with time travel. Primer. I'm blank. Dude, this is really hard. The Terminator. And the Terminator 2. And Terminator 3. And Terminator Genesis. And Terminator Resurrection. Oh, God. Austin Powers 2. The Spy Who Shagged Me. That's a crime. That's criminal. Back to the Future Part 3. It's crazy that that's on this list. Nobody should even remember that that movie exists. I'm scrolling. I'm getting stun locked. Best films set aboard boats. Out of Africa. Is that even on a boat? This is impossible. Best films set aboard boats. Titanic. That's one. Ghost Ship. That's another. Poseidon. The Poseidon Adventure. The Perfect Storm. Das Boot. That's in the submarine one. My mistake. K-19, the Widowmaker. Master and Commander. I'm all... Oh, I thought that would be best... some undersea. I thought that could be best undersea. Best undersea films, The Little Mermaid. What? It's under the sea. Finding Nemo. Are you crazy? Okay, the Hunt for Red October. What about Waterworld? That's kind of on a boat. Sure. They gave it to me. Undersea films. Best vampire films. Let the Right One In. Let Me In. 2014, there's a better vampire movie. Only Lovers Left Alive. Interview with a Vampire. Nosferatu. Dracula from Francis Ford Coppola. 2014 vampire movie. Oh, What We Do in the Shadows. But come on, great movie, but better than Let the Right One In. It's a great movie. Am I underrating comedies? I don't. Let the Right One In is really good. Blade 2. Blade Trinity. Vampires. Twilight. Of course, it's probably New Moon. It's probably Breaking Dawn. That's the best one. Warm Bodies. That might be a zombie movie. Now, it is a zombie movie, apparently. Let's go to zombie movies for a minute. Number one's definitely going to be Shaun of the Dead. Number two is going to be Night of the Living Dead. Looks like number three is the Dawn of the Dead remake. No, 2002, 28 Days Later. I don't know why I'm challenging myself to go in order. 2009 zombie movie. Good question. That one's going to sting, I think. 2004 is going to be Dawn of the Dead. 1992, I don't know, it's like pre-zombie explosion. You know World War Z is going to be up there somewhere, but not high. 28 Weeks Later is going to be up there. Zombie movies. Zombie movies. How about best films about the apocalypse? 1964 movie about the apocalypse. 2006 movie about the apocalypse. It's crazy. These are so hard. Independence Day might be on the list. These are not movies that I think are great. I think I'm thinking about the wrong kind of apocalypse here. 1964 movie about the apocalypse and is number one. 2013 movie about the apocalypse. It's probably 2012. Jay, this is a devilish suggestion. Like, this is really hard. I thought I'd get to 100 easy. This one's driving me crazy. Best LGBTQIA films. How can I only get one of these? Wait. Hedwig? How can I only get one of these? Chad, give me one to kickstart me. Kickstart me. Okay. The Birdcage. There you go. It's not even up there. See? Moonlight. Moonlight, of course. The problem is not that these are movies about LGBTQIA issues. The problem is that they all came out too recently for me to have seen them. This is not in my 2016, 2015, 2013, 2016, 2015. That's not in my wheelhouse. I was watching Marvel movies. I can't believe why. Just look at me. Look at my face. I'm giving up on this. Why is Call Me by Your Name not up here? How is Call Me by Your Name not up here? Is it because I thought the movie was, I never saw it, but I thought it was insanely well liked. But is it that Army Hammer said he was going to eat those people? So they actually like, we've scrubbed the fact that it was enjoyed from the internet? No, it's ass. I've never seen it. I give up. You got me on this one. Let me see what I should have gotten. I should have gotten Doctor Strangelove, which is also going to be the apocalypse. I spelled Inglorious wrong. It has a U in the front. I spelled Bastards wrong on purpose, but it was anyway. I should have gotten Schindler's List. I realistically should have gotten The Hurt Locker. The rest I can forgive myself. Excuse me, movie. Did I spell Aaron Brockovich wrong? I put fucking Aaron Brockovich. I didn't put a C in it. That's not fair. I should be. They should give me one for that. Courtroom drama films. Okay, A Few Good Men, My Cousin Vinny. I can't believe Legally Blonde is up here. I probably should have gotten Primal Fear as well. Social Network, I'm willing to forgive myself. It doesn't come top of mind when you think about courtroom movies for me. Now, best movie musicals. La La Land, I actually love. I should have gotten it. Rocky Horror Picture Show, I should have at least typed The Sound of Music. Why didn't I type any musicals? I think I said I was going to come back to this, and then I just gave up. I could have gotten at least... I think I could have gotten 15 on that category if I hadn't let myself get mind fucked. Carol, Brokeback Mountain, that was a gimme. Blue is the Warmest Color. A Single Man, The Handmaiden, kind of a gimme. Rocky Horror Picture Show, Dog Day After My Own Private Idaho, kind of a gimme. But I'm a Cheerleader. That hurts. Time travel movies. Oh, of course, Edge of Tomorrow, Groundhog Day, Interstellar, 12 Monkeys, Donnie Darko. I don't even like looking at these now. I could have gotten like all of these, man. Okay, run it back. There's another Letterbox showdown, right? Now I know that I can do it. By the way, can I tell you this? Average score, 29. So even though we gave up, we still beat the average, which is scary, but okay. Can you name the most mentioned films for each Letterbox showdown? My goal, I'm going to say if I could get 40%, I'd be thrilled right now. Best movie teachers, Dead Poets Society. Best movie teachers, Half Nelson. No, okay. I'm washed. If I can get 10%, I'd be thrilled. Let's start with some easy ones. Best coming of age films, Superbad. Best coming of age films, The Breakfast Club. Call Me By Your Name. I thought that was going to be the 2016 one there. Coming of age films. We're going to have a Juno in there. We're going to have a Donnie Darko. We're not going to have a Donnie Darko in there, but it's best movie teacher, Drew Barrymore, She Wishes. We're going to have Pretty in Pink. We're going to have, it's going to be Ferris Bueller and his all-important day off. Best coming of age films. Stranger Things. Best coming of age films. Let's come back to it. Best films about nerds. Not my opinion. Retweets are not endorsements. Best films about nerds. The Imitation Game. Best films about nerds. The Theory of Everything. Best films about nerds. Dodgeball, A True Underdog Story. Getting a 0 here kind of hurts. Apollo 13. Never Been Kissed. Can't Hardly Wait. Not Another Teen Movie. I'm Stunlocked. Come back. Best films about royalty. The King's Speech. The Crown. What's the movie called? It's not The Crown. What's the one with Helen Mirren? Crown? The Queen? The Queen? The Queen, okay. Best films about fashion. The Devil Wears Prada. Zoolander. This one is way harder. Best movie dogs. Wait, let's find one that I'm good at. Best movie robots. Interstellar. Aliens. Alien Resurrection. Did I spell it wrong? Alien 3. Prometheus. Alien Covenant. This movie robots. Terminator. Terminator 2. Terminator 3. Best movie robots. Short Circuit. Oh, really? Okay. Best movie mutants. X-Men. X-Men. X-Men 2. X-Men 2. X-Men United. X-Men Days of Future Past. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I simply don't buy it. Best films with animal characters. Babe. Babe 2. Pig in the City. This is way harder. Finding Nemo. Robin Hood by Disney. Hey, okay. Lady and the Tramp. Ooh, best movie mutts. Okay, take me back to Beethoven. Beethoven 2. They decided not to go back for more. Marley and Me. Turner and Hooch. We're at 28. That's not that bad. Actually, what did I say if we get to 40? I think I said 40, but I meant 40%. So we're actually still pretty far. Best movie teachers. Nothing's coming to mind. That hurts. Movies that take place in a high school. Fast Times in Ridgemont High. What? That's not even in coming of age? Oh, you know what's going to be number 1? It's going to be Dazed and Confused. Okay, or number 30. Richard Linklater, the GOAT, for real. Films about nerds is throwing me for a loop, man. How is it not that we've got no films about nerds on purpose? I also don't think Superbad is about nerds. It's about friendship. But if Superbad's up here, then Booksmart should be on here. Oh, but maybe it's too recent for this list. Best movie mutants. The Blob. Swamp Thing. Oh, you know what? Best movie mutants? Godzilla. That's a best fantastical creature in film. Alien. Godzilla. Magneto. Dragons. Smog. The Balrog. Wait, Lord of the Rings? Maybe try naming movies instead, because that's what it's about. Dracula. Nosferatu. It's a fantastical creature. Dracula. Frankenstein. Bride of Frankenstein. I think I just slept with Frankenstein's chick. Oh no! Zombies. In Dawn of the Dead. In Night of the Living Dead. I don't think Frankenstein's a mutant, by the way. Dogs should be so much easier. All dogs go to heaven. My dog Skip. Best movie robots. Passengers has an android. iRobot. iRobot. Minority Report. Brother, I'm washed. I'm getting my ass beat. Best fashion films. Zoolander 2. The world of fashion satirized so well in The Devil Wears Prada, Zoolander, and Drop Dead Gorgeous. Miss Congeniality. Best films about royalty. The Princess Diaries. Yeah, and the Princess Diaries 2. Also, not a movie about nerds. Not a movie about nerds. She's a nerd, but it's not about nerds. It's about family. Movies with nerds in them. The Avengers. Oh, so Tony Stark isn't a nerd now. But McLovin is. Why did you pick McLovin? It was down between McLovin and Muhammad. Why don't you pick a stupid normal name? Muhammad is the most common name in the world. Why don't you read a book or something? That's a classic, man. I butchered the quote, but that's a classic. Best films about royalty. The King and I. Anastasia. Anna and the King. The Meg Ryan, Hugh Jackman movie where he travels through time to invent the elevator. Kate and Leopold. Your Highness. The King's Speech. Elizabeth. Hey! Okay. Shakespeare in Lerve. The Never-Ending Story. Oh, you're going to tell me the childlike empress wasn't a royal? The Royals. I think it's a TV show. Amadeus. There's kings in that. Dangerous Liaisons. Quills. Pride and Prejudice. The favorite. Oh, it's too recent. This shit is hard, dude. It's hard. It's not easy. My brain is toasted, honestly. It's just too much to remember. Like I'm looking at this and I'm like, I'm familiar with many of these movies, but just to summon the will to spend 13 more minutes, probably getting like 10 more out of the hopper, it's just too much, man. Got cooked by the average on that one for sure. Okay, I want movies about nerds. Social Network, okay, sure. Scott Pilgrim, okay. Napoleon Dynamite, yes. Ghostbusters, I suppose. Spider-Man, I take issue with. You know what it is? It's like if I asked you to like name the person, it's hard to narrow it down yourself when you have an enormous data set and you're just going through the Rolodex in your brain. It's a lot easier to name something specific because you either know you know it or you know you don't know it, or there's like a 5% of the time you're like, I know that I know it, but it's going to take a minute to possibly summon the answer. When I'm asking, it's like if I said, name the northernmost country in Europe. You're going to come up with, you're probably going to say like Denmark because of Greenland or something like that. If I said name every country in Europe, the odds of you like missing an answer are very high. Because you'll get to like, you might get 98% of them, but then you're going to be like, oh, I have to remember which ones I've already said and which ones I don't. Europe is very easy. You're going to forget Liechtenstein or Moldova or something like. I'm just saying these quizzes are too big for me to sit here and puzzle them out. I'm not saying I'm too smart for the quiz. I'm just saying that it's good mental exercise. But they're too hard for me right now. We got to do something a little easier. But that's the problem with Sporkles. We got to find one that's not too easy. And it's really hard to straddle the line. I didn't imply I'm too smart for the quiz. You're taking me out of context. I'm saying when the data set is larger, like it's harder to name like 200 fruits than it is to be like, name 3 fruits that are yellow. You know what I mean? That's why Jeopardy, they don't say like, hey, whoever names the most presidents of Uganda wins. They say, who's the president of Uganda in 1988? And you go, it was fucking Idi Amin, probably. Oh, thank you, Skadge. Thank you. By the way, I'm taking 0 sass from Chad. People are saying you did bad on the quiz. I've seen your letterbox, and it's all 4-star reviews for white chicks over and over. So the second you step to me, because I didn't know blue is the warmest color, like you're barking up the wrong tree is all I'm gonna say. Also, a 200 question quiz is like, what is this? The LSATs? Okay, give me curator picks. Nation match. Can you match the head of state to their nation? Okay, with pictures, please. With pictures? With pictures. Books by length. Football tic-tac-toe. Combined cartoon couples. Number 1. Can you choose the location for each of these? Number 1. No, that's not good enough. Just give it a second. We're going to get there. Foreign languages in Icelandic. How about this? Can you pick the animals of the Cambrian explosion? I might get 0 on this. No, you're a trilobite. These shits all look disgusting too. Wawaxia, Anomalocaris. I'm going to assume that's a weird looking one. Cambroraster, Hallucigenia, Olinellus, Opabinia, Morella, Picaya, Niliana, Wawaxia. Oh, fuck. What is the one that's most of your nightmares? Like, this is not that weird. This is weird, but it's also just kind of like a stick. No big deal. This shit is fucking, it's combing the desert of my brain, like eating my dreams or something. This thing's not too bad. This thing's definitely horrifying. Like, if I saw this in the water, I would freak the fuck out. This is like my brain can't comprehend like what I'm seeing, and this is the closest approximation that it can get to. This thing's just like a bug. I wouldn't be happy to see it, don't get me wrong, but it's just a bug. This thing is definitely an alien sent from another planet. And then this is the worst for sure. Like, this thing would ruin my life to know that it existed. I'm glad it's extinct, hopefully, although I don't know what the hell's going on at the bottom of the ocean, quite frankly. Okay, Wawaxia. I think you're Wawaxia because you look like a stick. Relationships unclear. What is this? Chat's Facebook status? Anomalocaris. The most anomalous looking thing here is, I honestly think it's the stick. Nope. 40 centimeters. It's an arthropod apex predator. I'd rather die. Quite frankly, I'd rather die than see a 40 centimeter long one of these in my life. Cambroraster. I think that's you. Nope. 30 centimeters. Okay. Hallucigenia is got to be you. Nope. 5 centimeter lobopod. Olinellus. You look like an Olinellus to me. No, it's a 5 centimeter trilobite. Oh. Opabinia sounds like a fish. Nope. 7 centimeters. Morella. Ella. Tentacles. Oh. 2 centimeters. Okay, this thing only being 2 centimeters is not that bad. I thought it was like 10 feet long. Picaya sounds like a fish. Yes! Niliana! Clutch. The average is 50%. I don't buy it. I simply don't buy it. Well, I'm never doing any more of those unless there's one with maybe like dinosaurs. There's dinosaurs, but I don't know what they are. Paw Patrol characters. I could probably do that. I could definitely do that. Hey, Hatuli, thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Appreciated. Celebrities in Taylor Swift lyrics. I would get a 0. Denver Nuggets roster 2022 to 2023. I would get a 3. Puzzle out the NBA team from the pictorial clue. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. This is like classic concentration. These are the Boston Celtics. Sorry, they want the full legal name. They want it spelled correctly as well. This is Los Angeles Lakers. Los Angeles Lakers. Okay. This is the Minnesota Timberwolves. Okay. I'd be insane at classic concentration. This is the Washington Wizards. Too easy. This is the Bag Sheep Manto Sacramento Kings. Okay, work with it, work with it. This is the Hornets. This is the Charlotte Hornets. I don't know who you are. I'm sorry. You must be Char. This is the Toronto Raptors. It's a Torrent O rap, and I guess those are Tors. Toronto Raptors. This is LA Clippers. Hey, he's crazy. This is the Pub Diana by Knights. This is the Indiana Pacers. This is the Shopland Carmen car. This is the Is it Portland Trailblazers? It doesn't. I'm just like this doesn't make sense to me. Because maybe it's not land, maybe it's plain, maybe it's chop plain, chop plain. I gotta pass this one for a second. I can't get there. Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta Falcons. That's not their Hawks. You're thinking of the football team. This is the Santa Devil. I don't know what city that is in the United Kingdom. Is it Leeds? Saint. It's the New York Knicks. Because it's not Santa Devil Nick. It's just 3 different kinds of Knicks. I understand now. It's the Chopland sedans. It's the Utah Jazz. It's the. I'm going over it in my head. I got 4 minutes. Let's. The temptation is just give up and take your 92, but we're gonna go for it. Okay. We're gonna go for it. We're gonna think of team names. It's not the Brooklyn Nets. It's not the. Is it the? It's not the Detroit Pistons. You should probably type it, but it's not it. It's not the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's not the Grizzlies, Memphis Grizzlies, Dallas Mavericks, Miami Heat. I'm sounding it out like an asshole. My brain's like, give up, give up, give up. Cars, used cars, used cars. It's the Milwaukee Bucks. It's the Toronto Raptors. It's the Chicago Bulls. It's the Split Land. It's the Chop Land. It's the Axe Land. It's the Dallas Mavericks. It's the San Antonio Spurs. It's the Golden State Chop Land. It's the Cutland Golfs. Is that a Volkswagen Golf? Sedan. Who's this guy, man? It's like the Marquis de Sade or something. I'm dying. I'm imagining a map of the United States of America. It's the Phoenix Suns. It's the... Is it Oklahoma City Thunder? Oklahoma City Thunder? I was like, he's cutting oak, and then those cars are obviously called the Thunder. Don't give up. Don't give up. Fight it. It's the Philadelphia 76ers. It's the... I'm starting to run out of names, man. Celtics, Lakers, Bucks, Timberwolves. We already did that, right? Minnesota Timberwolves. Splitland Passats. I gotta axe it, man. Cleveland Cavaliers. Cleveland. Oh. That hurts. What's the average? 67? Said Chopland. I said a lot of stuff. Oh, man. Split land. Lost to Ohio. It hurts, man. When is the next U.S. holiday? Can you select the holiday that's closest to this U.S. date? December 15th. I'm going to say Christmas. August 27th. I'm going to say Labor Day. November 11th. Thanksgiving. June 16th. Independence Day. May 7th, Memorial Day. December 28th, I honestly thought it was going to be tough. I thought it was going to be like a little tricky. I thought they were going to give us like one that's in between like President's Day and like New Year's or something like that, but it's... I needed a meatball on that one. You're not wrong. Oh man, I'm skipping so many quizzes that are called like MCU Bunker, and it's just for you, honestly. Given a number, oh dude, this should be good. Given a number and the formula made up of its digits, Can you calculate the number's square root from it? I think so. I kind of like arithmetic. I don't really like math, but I like arithmetic. The square root of 9 is 3. The square root of 81 is 9. Okay, that's what you're looking for. 40 plus 8. Wait, the square root of... Wait, is it just... It's just do the math on the screen. Okay, that's 82. Listen, they're going to get harder, okay? They're going to get harder. 19 plus 98. It's 117. Oh my God, it's like the Twitter questions that are like, did you go to 4th grade math? Oh, 100% if people in the 3rd grade can get this wrong, but deliberately wrong answer is the only right answer, right? Okay, I mean, this should be 139. Here we go. Square root of 31,329. It's pretty simple. It's 231 minus 45. Sorry, minus 54. It's 167. No. Give me a second. Just let me think about it for a second, okay? 231 minus 6 times 9. It's 54. 177. Minus 4 minus 6 plus 225. It's 215. 2,457 divided by 9. Basically, like, eat my ass. It's 200 and give me a second. 657. It's got to be like... I'm just too lazy for that one right now. I'll come back if I have time. Why can't I do 82... 411 minus 82? It's because I've been streaming too long. This is good to keep your mind sharp, man. Well, it's very simple. It's 400 minus 71. It's 329. Can I get an... Is this a modulo? 1791 modulo, the factorial of 6 minus the factorial of 3? Okay, I can do that. It's 30, 120, 240, minus 6. I can't fucking do that. No, you're insane. I thought in my head at least. Wait, maybe I can? Actually, give me a second here. 6 times 5 is 30. 30 times 4 is 120. 140 times 3 is 420. I've lost it already. It's 240 minus 6. 234. 1791 into 234. Other way around. I mean, it must go in like... Nah, I fucking lost it. I need at least a piece of paper. I could do it in my head if I had a piece of paper to write it down on, even without a calculator, but it would take a minute. Okay, 486 minus 100. 386. Excuse me? Excuse me? 486 minus 91. Oh, I have to hit next. Right, my mistake. 386. 716 minus 150. 566. Nope. It's not. It's you're mistaken. I'm mistaken? Am I mistaken? 50 times 3. 50 times 3 is 150. 716 minus 150. 666 minus 100. It's 566. It's a factorial! Oh, I thought it was just excited. 50 times 6. It's 416. It's too easy. It's 451. He's back. He's so back. 822 minus 339. It's so simple. It's 522 minus 39. It's 483. Thank you, brain. Appreciate that one. It's 505 games. Okay, 621 minus 90. 731. What have I done this time? I'm just typing it out again. 621 minus 81 minus 9. 621 minus 90. Is 630? Am I... It's not 630. Take 1 off. Comes 640 minus 9. 631. Have I lost my mind? Wait, why would it be higher than 6? It's 531. Good point. Okay. This is it's very simple. It's 563. It's 584. 605. I appreciate the softballs here. He's so fast now. I'm back in Kuman. 626. You don't need to know the answer to the question. You just need to know the answer to the 3 questions that come up when you're modifying the numbers. It's 563 minus 6. It's 457. That's not. It's 557. There you go. No. Okay. Try again. Idiot. It's 657. Try doing math. 756 minus 72. 700 minus 16. 684. 160 plus 48. 208 plus 501. 709. 739. We got 2 minutes left. I'd love to get a perfect score. That would be amazing. It's going to be tough, though. 90 over 6 is 15. Is 774. 6 times 24 is 144. We're looking at an 807 there. 807 plus 34 is 841. 871. 860 plus 36, 896. 853 plus 77 is 930, so 924. Okay. 257 over 9. No, 2,457 over 9. It's more than 20 and less than 30. It's 20, which takes you to 1,800. Hang on, 1,800. And then 2457 minus 1,800 equals 657. Then 657 divided by 9 is less than 100. It's like... This is 963 plus 27. So it's like 73. I think it's 73. Now put it all together. It's 73 plus 20. You're so close. Put it all back on the screen. This is not 20, it's 200. It's 273. Because 20 times 9 does not equal 1,800. He's insane! Okay. 6 factorial minus 3 factorial. It's 240 minus 6. 234 divided by 1791. Sorry, the other way around. But this is what's fucking me up, is that this is going to be like 8. And that doesn't make any sense. So I give up. Like the remainder is going to be like a double-digit number or something. Still, hey, I'm pretty impressed with myself. That's not division, it's modulo. Bro, how do you get the remainder without dividing it? $363. I thought we did pretty well. I mean, we got what? 97% with 7,000 people watching us. Most of the people in chat can't even drink a soda in the restaurant if they think someone's looking at them. I'm pretty impressed with that, honestly. How about dancing number square roots 2? Oh, what about dancing number pairs 7? Can you sort the expressions into pairs such that each expression contains exactly the digits of its partner's result? No, I don't understand. I don't really get it, honestly. I know they say go to how to play. I don't really get it. Let's go to square roots 2. We could do it. We can get it perfect. 10 plus 0 is 10. 55. I'm warmed up now. It's over for you. It's 91. 488 over 4 is 122. 201 divided by, 201 subtract 45. 54. It's 146. No, it's 140 something. 147. 96 plus 94 is 190. It's 100 and... Oh, minus 3 is 187. Should probably read the whole question. We got a 229 in here. We got a 305. We got a 351. We got a 391. No, hang on. 6 minus 12. 18 minus this is going to be 9. It's not 391. It's definitely not 391, brother. You got it all messed up here. Give me a 421 minus 6 is a 415. No, you got it all backwards here. 18. No, it's minus 6 is 403, idiot. You're doing a minus 6. What are you thinking? Like I said, I'm warmed up. 519 minus 84 equals 500 minus... Okay, I've lost my warm-up. My brain is breaking again. Just take it a second. You're going to subtract 19 from 84. That's going to leave you at 65. It's a 435. 626 minus 150 is 476. 502. Excuse me? 512. What's 0 factorial? 0. 512 minus 10. 502. 512 minus 10 minus 0 factorial. It's 502. 512 minus 10 minus 0 times itself. Anything times 0 is 0. 512. Am I dying? 512 minus 10 minus... Zero factorial is defined as 1. What the hell? They wrote in an edge case. It's like you can't wish for unlimited wishes. Okay, well then it's 503, 501. 501? Yes. Yes. 524. We're back. 559. Okay, here we fucking go again. Here we go. You know what? Do it now. 3 factorial factorioed. That's 6 factorial. 6 times 5 equals 30, times 4 equals 120, times 3 equals 360, times 2 equals 720. 720 minus 8 equals 712. $98.39 modulo 712. I'm going to tell you, I think this is you write the number. This is not going to be, well, you know what? No. Let me think about it. It's divided by 2. It's definitely going to be a fizz situation. I don't think it's going to be a buzz or a fizz buzz. This is definitely going to be an even number, which I believe gives us a fizz. Is that correct? I'm a little lazy for this answer, honestly. 7 going into... Fuck you. 63 over 3 is 21. This is 606. 627 minus 21. Oh, thank you. I have to hit next. Thank you. I appreciate that. 606. I was losing. I thought I was truly washed. 629. Oh, fuck. I refuse. Now, 47 modulo 3. I can do that. That equals 2, which is a 688. Oh! Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Think I don't know what a modulo is. Got 98 in Intro to Java. Only kid in my class who could fizz buzz after class 3. You think I don't know how to do a modulo. I know how to do a modulo, but without a calculator, it's kind of overwhelming to do a modulo 9839 modulo fucking 712. Or maybe there's a trick for it. In PhD level mathematics, you actually learn there's a trick for it. You just sum all of the ordinal numbers together and then divide it by the cube root of... Fuck you! 815 minus 94 to the first power? 709. 94 times 1. Am I insane? You lose 15 off of the top of it. It becomes a 79. So 721? Oh, never mind. I'm not insane. I'm just bad at math. Okay, 751, 756. 56 times... The modulo of this is 56 times 14, which is 560 plus 6 times 14. Which is 84, which equals 644. That's not possible. Okay, try again. 46 modulo 16. Closest even divider is 2. 46 minus 32 is 14. 56 times 14. Okay, here's how we're going to do this. It's 560 plus 56 times 4. How did I screw this up last time? Which is 224, which equals 884. Okay, chat, can you help me out on this one? I've made a mistake. It's 14. 56 times 14. It's 560 plus 56 times 4, which equals 200 plus 24, which equals 224 equals 784. Should always just put the numbers on the screen just to keep your brain on the right track. And here I go not putting the numbers on the screen. I'll just do it in my head. It's 824. 855. It's 879 plus 6. It's 885. It's 912. It's 900. This should be so easy. 9, it's so easy, dude. It's 900 Hang on. We're going to it's so easy, dude. You just got to find the number that you multiply by 2 to get there. It's 939. It's 965. It's 964. Oh, here we go. It's 494 times 2, which is 1,000 minus 8. It's 992. 998. It's 494 times 2. It's 494 times 2. 17 modulo 6 is 12. Sorry, is 2. $494 times 2. It's 484. No, what are you talking about? It's 480. It's 988. Oh, okay, we got. What the hell? Okay, and then the 2 modulos. Ah, dude, I'm taking it. That's pretty good. I thought that was a percent. It is a percent. It's a modulo. I'm losing my mind. Apparently, I learned modulos different than everybody else. People are going, why are you dividing for modulos? Because that's the way you get to the modulo. The way you get to the modulo is by dividing. I never even learned modulos. Chat, check it out. This guy doesn't know how to fizz buzz. Okay, we don't need to. We just need to find the highest multiple. And how do you find the highest multiple? Point Dexter. I guesstimate by multiplying. That's just less accurate and slower. You can find a lot of problems with my math in that one. But you can't find an issue with me using the division to find the modulo. You're like, why on earth would you ever multiply to find the closest multiple when you could just divide and get the closest multiple? You're crazy. I'm going to start with 9 times 15 and then just keep going until I get the right answer? Why don't you just divide and get the right answer? Yeah, that's how I would have done it. Okay, we're not going to do math anymore because I made you feel bad about yourself. I understand. Let's see what we got. I've gotten into the endless scroll here. Ryab 120, witness me. Hello, Josh. Thank you. 120 months is crazy. That's literally 10 years. That's the biggest milestone until 50 years. You ever think about that? I think about that with respect to marriage sometimes. Like, I feel like when it comes to weddings, like, 1 year is expected but important. 5 years is like the first real anniversary. And then 10 is like that's a big one. And then 25, look, I know everybody's got like anecdotes, but I feel like if you looked at like the divorce rate, the vast majority of marriages that make it to 10 are making it to 25. I imagine that most of the ones that don't make it to 25 are blowing up before 7, if I had to imagine. And then 50 is a huge anniversary because that means you both lived long enough to be married for 50 years. So that's a milestone that's like we're celebrating our continued love and relationship, but also like our relatively good luck with respect to health. Anyway, I got to find a quiz before I start bumming people out. Popular today. Guess the Taylor Swift song. I don't know any Taylor Swift songs, okay? Of course, I don't watch Wizards of Waverly Place. I'm an adult. Best Actor winner by childhood photo. Easy. This is Eminem. Did Eminem win Best Actor? Some of these are easy enough, okay? Like, I wish it didn't have names up here, because I'll tell you right off the bat, this is Daniel Day-Lewis. This is Peyton Manning. That's obviously Tom Hanks. This is Denzel Washington. This is Jamie Foxx. This is Leonardo DiCaprio. This is Sean Penn. Okay. Matthew McConaughey's on here, huh? Matthew McConaughey is this guy right here. Tom Hanks is you. Adrian Brody is Eminem. Jamie Foxx. Joaquin Phoenix. I feel like he's got, this is like Commodus's face. Kevin Spacey. That's a tricky one. Oh, no, you're Kevin Spacey. Nicolas Cage is you. Daniel Day-Lewis. Jeff Bridges is old. Leonardo DiCaprio, Denzel Washington. 87%. I honestly thought I was cooking. Snapshot, click on the belligerent. That sounds like I'm getting set up for like a cancelable moment. Oh, it's click on a player from the movie Slapshot. I thought it was going to be like, who started this conflict? And I'm like, I don't want to get involved with that. Okay, can you name the Best Actress winner? This is Natalie Portman. This is Hilary Swank. This is Julia Roberts. This is Jodie Foster. I'm scared. Julia Roberts. Hilary Swank. I thought maybe you could be Reese Witherspoon. No, that's so Reese Witherspoon, dude. Kate Winslet. God is my witness, I do not know. Kate Winslet? Oh! Okay, I can see it. Meryl Streep. It doesn't look like Kate Winslet at all. Meryl Streep. Natalie Portman. Nicole Kidman. That's Nicole Kidman right there. Jodie Foster. Julianne Moore, of course. Sandra Bullock. Emma Stone. Susan Sarandon. We did okay. I can't be too upset about that. I wish you did better. Well, me too. You should have seen me on the on Letterboxd Showdown, man. You should have seen my ass on find the remainder of 7,283 divided by 97. Popular people in 1941. Popular people in 1996. Can you pick the people that were popular in 1996? I honestly thought it would not be pictures. It being pictures makes it a little too easy. Anybody got any good quizzes? Approximately 45 minutes of good quizzes. Movies with realistic depictions of panic attacks on film. Can you pick the winners of each matchup in this single elimination tournament of Beatles songs? Now, you know what goes crazy on Sporkle? Is the Final Jeopardy quizzes that are actually like general knowledge, but relatively hard, but not impossible. Those are always amazing. I just wish that every time you got a clue, it went bing. Children's literature. This classic book begins. The pretty little Swiss town of Mayenfeld lives at the foot of a mountain range. What is Swiss Family Robinson? What is The Sound of Music. What is... I don't know. I pass. As a member of the Hanseatic League, this city with a four-letter name was once known as the Paris of the Baltic. What is Riga? Ooh! These two nations, one an island, have highest peaks with the same name. They also share a common European culture. What is... Corsica and Italy? I have no idea. That's a tough one. Harpo Marx was among this group when it met in the NYC Roses Room for the final time in 1943 and found there was nothing left to say. What is the... this would be the, like, conscientious objectors. This is the Americans against... This is... Help me out here. In World War II, what was the name of the group of Americans that were like, FDR, don't enter the war under any circumstances? Old People Group. All right, I pass. The word for a song element you won't find in instrumentals comes from the name of this instrument. Good luck. I mean, you get a minute to think of like every Final Jeopardy answer. A song element you won't find in instrumentals comes... Well, you won't find a lyric in instrumentals, which comes from a lyre. Oh! In a poem, he named himself Cadinus, an anagram of decanus or dean. No idea. No clue whatsoever. She said, I told my plans to no one. I was not killing a man, but a wild beast that was devouring the French people. Who is Josephine? All right. I don't know. Did Final Jeopardy get easier? I feel like half the time on Final Jeopardy, the answer is like, name a country that starts with C these days. In 2011, they were bad and kind of, they were doing Tony Gwynn style. Like, these are hard. Hello, Sinvicta. Hello. These were the first two sisters ever nominated for the same acting Oscar in the same year. Katharine Hepburn and Audrey Hepburn, who are Tia and Tamara Lowry. Oh, man. A 2005 sale of 14159,265 shares prompted the headline, Google offers shares, seeks global piece of pie. 7 women have been the secretary of this, the most for any department in the president's cabinet. Interior. Energy. State. Treasury. Education, great answer. Oh, no, I don't know what it is. He wrote, he looked upon the garish day with such a wistful eye. The man had killed the thing he loved, and so he had to die. Isn't that Austin Powers? I'm sorry then. Sorry for what? Sorry that bug up your bum had to die. This is Keats. It's Yeats. It's Tennyson. It's Robbie Burns. Okay, I don't know the answer. Still in existence, it began in 1688 in a British coffee shop, popular with maritime folk. It soon got involved in their business. What is a British boat company? What is Fisherman's Friend? What is Halls? What is... I'm getting rinsed, man. It's the shorter, better-known name of the document, United States-Vietnam Relations, 1945 to 1967. touchy. It's rare to get Oscar nominations for Best Director and Best Actor for the same film. He is one of two who did it twice. It must be Clint Eastwood. Oh! Me, when I finally make it onto Jeopardy, and the final Jeopardy question isn't about Dutch royals, but it's about movies. 900 years ago, when he died, he spoke in OSV syntax, object, subject, verb. Yoda. That's an easy one. Adding up the denominations of circulating bills with U.S. presidents on the front gives you this total. This is not Alexander Hamilton. So 1, 5, 10, 20 plus 50, no, minus 10 plus 50 plus 100, and I'm imagining there's like $1,000 bill. I'm going to say it's 1,176. That would have been sick, man. You don't have a $100 bill in America? Oh, you do. It just has Ben Franklin on it. Geraldine Doyle, who in 1942 took a job at a Michigan metal factory, helped inspire the look of, I'm assuming it must be Rosie the Riveter. This two-word term has its origins in a hostage taking. This is Stockholm Syndrome. Hang on, I'm back. Now that they're high school level, this must be when they started doing like middle school Jeopardy. Sometimes it'll tell you where the clue is from, and it's like from the grade school Jeopardy tournament that they did when Alex Trebek was on vacation. The title of this 1981 Pulitzer Prize winner comes from a Jonathan Swift line about how, I told you I don't know Jonathan Swift. It's a love story, better not forget. How lesser minds unite to oppose genius. What is Confederacy of Dunces? Luckiest guess of my life. In 2010, 467 years after his death. So he died in the 1500s. This man, at odds with the church, was reburied with honors at a Polish cathedral. Who's Galileo? Who's Copernicus? Who's Copernicus? Okay, there you go. Invented in 1943, this toy was flung over tree branches by soldiers in Vietnam and used as a makeshift radio antenna. What is a slinky? Oh, he's crazy! On November 17th, 1871, Union vets dismayed by soldiers' lack of proficiency in one skill formed this organization. What is the Cunnilingus Troop? Union. Lack of proficiency. Union vets dismayed by soldiers' lack of proficiency formed this organization. What is the French Foreign Legion? I don't know. The classic book begins. Okay, we're 10 out of 22. Heidi! Oh, the average score was fucking 74, you nerds! Country's highest peaks, Greece and Cyprus. You telling me it's not Corsica and Italy? No wonder these first ones are hard. These are the Tournament of Champions, man. I'm not at the Tournament of Champions level. I would be honored just to lose on the show. There were clues? Yeah, but there's no clues on Jeopardy. There's no... Ken Jennings is not sliding you the first letter of the answer. This is the Algonquin Round Table. Man, I was not even close on that one. Jonathan Swift. Charlotte Corday. Don't even know who it is. Joan Fontaine and Olivia de Havilland were the two sisters. Secretary of Labor. I'm not sexist, they're sexist. Oscar Wilde. That would have been a better guess. Lloyd's of London. I don't even know what that is. I thought it was like an insurance company. The Pentagon Papers. 78, 50, 20, 50, It's 50-25-2-1. There's a $2 circulating bill. We went on a bit of a hot streak, and then NRA. Called it? I thought it would be like they wouldn't be good at like reading maps or something anymore or something like that. I didn't think that the American military would forget how to shoot. Isn't that like all they do? Josh, back me up here. Basic training, you're just like shooting and doing push-ups, right? And then like finding the lowest status recruit that's in the same barracks as you, and then putting a bar of soap into your pillowcase and beating the crap out of him while he sleeps. I've only seen Full Metal Jacket. I don't know the rest of it. I'm sure now they're probably just playing like Clash of Clans on their phone or something like that. Season 28, December 2011. We can do this, okay? We can do this. Inspired by a Meher Baba saying, then this 1980s Grammy winner was the first a cappella recording to top the Billboard Hot 100. Don't worry, be happy. Too easy. This word for a friend comes from the Latin for with whom you would want to eat bread. Pal, amigo, compatriot. What's bread in Latin? Is it like some version of pan? Pal? It's not pal. I pass. For a 1953 play, he spent time in Salem doing research at the courthouse and at the witch house. It's a play from the 50s? It's got to be Tennessee Williams, brother. Is that how you spell Tennessee Williams? Okay, no idea. On December 6th, 1884, this was capped with a 100-ounce, 9-inch-high pyramid-shaped block of aluminum, a metal that was rare at the time. What is the Washington Monument? Pyramid-shaped block of aluminum. I'm confident in my Washington Monument. I can't talk. This cup presented since 1887 to the man who wins this is inscribed single-handed champion of the world. Wimbledon. Okay. They should learn a little bit about Roger Federer's backhand. The only Roman Catholic signer represented this state. I'm going to assume that it was Benjamin Franklin, and he represented Pennsylvania. No answer. Why is so much of Jeopardy about America, man? They'll always ask a question that's like, how many times did General Stonewall Jackson take a dump in an outhouse during the Battle of Antietam? And then people are like, 11? And they're like, yes, it's obviously 11. Then when they have a question, like a category about Canada, it's like, name the province that rhymes with Barrio. And then there's just silence. And then he's like, it's Ontario. Name anybody who's ever been born in Canada. Burp, burp, burp. The only thing they do worse at is when they ask them questions about sports. Anyway, I don't know the answer. I pass. The earliest known use of this term was in an Indianapolis Star opinion piece on September 20th, 1914. What is World War I? Too easy. Previously done by the Trapp family, this song about an instrumentalist was a top 40 hit every December from 1958 to 1962. What is Doe a Deer? Doe a Deer? Doe a Deer? Oh, Little Drummer Boy. So old people do go crazy for the Little Drummer Boy. It just doesn't strike me the same way it strikes them. This is Portrait of an Artist, right? A 50th anniversary edition of this fictionalized biography featured the painting seen here on its cover. Portrait of an Artist on Fire. Oh, I can see the clue. It's Lust for Life? I thought that was Iggy Pop. Popular baby names. Character names in a book and movie series. The top names for 2009 were, and 2010, were Isabella for girls and this biblical one for boys. Hey, chat, what's your name? In a book and movie series. Isabella, Charles, John, Olivia, Luke. I mean, my guess would be like Jacob. It's Jacob. What is it from? I'm just guessing I got a lot of Jacobs watching right now. On summer vacation. Summer vacation, probably. What about Isabel, though? Isabel's not from Twilight. I thought they were from, like, a series of unfortunate events. Bella! Can't you hear me, Bella? He was born in NYC on April 3rd, 1783, toward the end of the Revolutionary War, and was named for one of the war's heroes. He's an American author. Who is Washington Irving? He's fucking crazy. More American questions, more American questions. A Roman legal term for a debtor sentenced to servitude is the origin of this term for a slave to a vice. Beholden. Wait, addict makes way more sense. It makes too much sense. Yep, you got it. Recent evidence suggests that despite its name, this 1599 building was a 20-sided icosagon. What is the Pentagon? What is the dome? It's the Roman dome. The dome. The dome. What's the dome called? The dome? Flory dome? The dome? You know what I'm talking? The dome from Assassin's Creed? Oh, you're right. It's probably the Globe Theater. Yeah, it's not even the dome. While north of his homeland, he was inspired to write his greatest work, Alturas de Machu Picchu. I'm washed. The team that joined the NFL in the mid-70s is the only one whose name starts with the same three letters as its city's name. Seattle Seahawks. Oh, it's too easy. One of two islands with a population exceeding 100 million. Each one is part of an Asian country. It has to be the island. So Japan has over 100 million. What's the main island called? Is it Honshu? It is! Eat me. Has there ever been a bad boy contestant on Jeopardy? I gotta start working on my trivia game so I could be the heel. Can you imagine saying, like, eat me after you got a basic question correct? Suck my sack! 16th century British farmers notching their livestock for identification led to this term for an item set aside for a specific purpose. What is layaway? Let's look at the clue. What is what is I have no idea. Earmark. That's perfect. You guys are smart. You should go on Jeopardy. Queen Anne liked the Marquess of Normanby. Queen Anne liked the Marquess of Normanby. Normanby? Queen Anne liked the Marquess of Normanby, gave him permission to build a huge home in London, and made him the Duke of this, Windsor. Canterbury. No idea. His second inauguration marked the first time that women officially participated in the inaugural parade. FDR. I mean Roosevelt. I mean Wilson. I knew that. Crosby, Sinatra, and Hope starred in the October 13th, 1957 CBS TV special that launched this short-lived product. What is the Nokia N-Gage? Okay, Tomo, I'll let you out, buddy. Don't worry. Here you go. Business history. 1957. Short-lived product. What is pineapple spam? I actually have no idea. Concluding his 4-book series, his 2004 novel Folly and Glory. 4 books. John Grisham. I mean Tom Clancy. I mean Cormac McCarthy. I mean Kurt Vonnegut. I mean Ken Foster. Dan Brown. Anybody know this? Robbie Barnes? Well, he's had 12 top 10 hits on the Billboard, including 7 from a 1984 album. He's never had a #1 single. No shot Michael Jackson has never had a #1 single. Not possible. Elton John. Bruce Springsteen. It is Bruce Springsteen. I stole it from chat. That's not surprising. I think if I asked you to think of the most famous Bruce Springsteen song, we would get like 5 different answers. Some people would say Born in the USA. Some people would say Born to Run. Some people would say Thunder Road. Some people would say Dancing in the Dark. I don't know. There might be a Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Good one. This word for a friend comes from... Oh, fuck. Companion. Come together with plus panis bread. Sorry. Come together with plus panis bread. Oh, man. Somebody show Justin. I feel like Justin will start calling people companions when he finds out that it's cum panis. I like the idea that in Roman times, they were like, cum panis? Yeah, I'd eat bread with that guy. That guy, I think we're cum panis. Oh, man. Arthur Miller is the playwright. Maryland, George Calvert, the first Baron of Baltimore. I've lived next to America almost my whole life. I've never heard of George Calvert, the first Baron of Baltimore. So, like, I think this question is just too hard, quite frankly. Little Drummer Boy. Lust for Life. Iggy Pop. Pablo Neruda. Earmark. Chat got that one. Buckingham. Of course, the Duke of Buckingham. I thought that was more of an earldom. That's my mistake. What the hell is Edsel? This short-lived product, Edsel, is a bad car. It's a popular crossword clue. I have been saying it for years that Jeopardy is basically just like crosswords. It's like verbal crosswords. Like the Jeopardy answers are written the same way a crossword clue is written. Larry McMurtry, of course. Contemporary American novel, Larry McMurtry. Well, I mean, we did a little better. I stole a couple answers from chat, though. Okay, 20 minutes of Sporkle left. What the hell? No wonder I quit playing this. I need something easier, man. I just got back from vacation. How about quizzes by popularity? How about AI-generated quizzes? No, all artificial intelligence is my enemy. What movie is this? U.S. flags in movies. So easy. Even the screen readers? Yeah, even the screen readers. You're on notice, okay? This is The Patriot. This is... It's not Gran Torino. This is one where Clint Eastwood's a cop. It's not in the line of duty. It's from the mid-2000s, I think. It stars Clint Eastwood and Al Pacino. It was called, like, Blue Blood or something like that. Or maybe it's The Mule. Or maybe it's The Bodyguard. I know, it's something like that. Listen. Oh, it's Iron Man 2, 3. It's Iron Man 3. There's a Goodwill Hunting, because this meme has recently resurfaced on Twitter. This guy, they'll have a panel of this guy, like, about to say something about, like, SpongeBob SquarePants. Then it'll flash back to Matt Damon. Of course you're about to talk about how the first season of SpongeBob SquarePants was, because you just saw the new video essay that H-Bomber guy put up about it. That's what I thought, too, the first, but then you haven't even realized yet. You haven't even gotten old enough to make your own opinions about SpongeBob SquarePants. Anyway, Goodwill Hunting. Is Patton. Ferris Bueller. And his titular day off. You ever think about how if Ferris Bueller tried to rush the parade now, he would be dead before he even broke with the rest of the spectators? This is Glory. This is They Live. That was like instantaneous. This is Rocky 1. It's Rocky 2. It's Rocky 4, sorry, obviously. This is The Thick of It. This is In the Loop. This is Gangs of New York. This is Idiocracy. This is My Cousin Vinny. I'm crazy! I'm crazy! This is Dog Day Afternoon. This is Attica! Attica! This is Argo. Cranston. This is Mighty Ducks 2. It's The Lincoln Lawyer. I don't know what you are, to be honest. This is Red Planet. This is Mission to Mars. One of those two. Top Gun! Wolf of Wall Street. The Rocketeer. I'm insane at knowing movies I don't think I've ever seen. Is Dead Poets Society? I know he's saying, you know, oh, Captain, my Captain, but doesn't it look like he's getting ready to take a shit on his desk? I don't know it. Just going to be honest, I don't know it. I don't know. It's too old for me to care, quite frankly. It's Man of Steel. Most subtle cinematography I've ever seen. This is Waking Life. Sorry, this is A Scanner Darkly. My mistake. Wrong rotoscope. This is Kevin Costner. I know this movie. I just don't remember what it's called or what it's about. Flags of Iwo Jima. Flags of Our Fathers. I'll give up. Gran Torino. It's like the only movie by Clint Eastwood I was 100% confident that it wasn't, was Gran Torino. He's not a, isn't he not a cop in Gran Torino? He must be a retired cop, right? Because he's just an old man who's racist in the movie, but he proves that even though he's racist, he can still do the right thing sometimes. He's not a cop? Bro, is that not a, oh, it's a flask, it's not a badge. All right, we got all the Cape shit in here, and then Dallas Buyers Club. It's probably an easy miss. Michael Clayton, Yankee Doodle Dandy, and Dances with Wolves. How about Men and Their Dogs in Movies? female friends in the movies? Can you name the movies that feature these friendships? Yes, this is Mean Girls. I'm going to beat the allegations. I'm going to name a woman. This is Madonna and Rosie O'Donnell in A League of Their Own. You know what? I miss when guys used to look like this. I have memories of the 90s. I know that this movie takes place in like the 40s or whatever. But you used to walk around in the 90s and you would see guys like this like everywhere. These guys don't exist anymore. Guys that look like this just up and vanished. I don't know what happened to them. But now they're gone. Maybe they got beards and they don't wear a hat so they don't look like this anymore. There's not that many people that, you know, let me put it this way. If you were walking through a mall in 2023 and you said, "Hey, string bean," only like 2 guys would turn around. Back in the day, if you like 1940, if you were like, "Hey, string bean," there'd be like a lot of men in their 30s and 40s that would give you like a huh? Anyway. This is Girl Interrupted, which is something I would never do because I respect women. This is Scream. This is Moonstruck. This is Death Becomes Her. This is another movie starring Cher and Susan Sarandon and Michelle Pfeiffer. I'm not beating the allegations. This is American Pie. This is Ghost World. Great movie. Some Like It Hot. Diamonds Are a Girl's... I don't know any fucking Marilyn Monroe movies. What am I, like a pervert born in the 1910s? This is Sex in the City, too. They're in Dubai. That's how I know. This is Cruel Intentions. Now that's a movie. This is Bring It On. Oh, It's Already Been Brought. I simply don't know. Now, inevitably, that shit's going to have won like 8 Oscars. And I don't know that, but I know Bring It On. Whatever. This is Taken. Don't even like Taken. Recognize the movie immediately. Never even seen this shit. I know it's Romeo and Michelle's high school reunion. This is Monster. This is Crazy Stupid Love. I knew that. Black Swan. Bro, you know what I don't miss? I don't miss when restaurants used to look like this. This was like every restaurant in 2012. Dark tables, dark chairs, dark ambiance. They were all playing like Muzak, not music, Muzak. Now, nowadays, everything's bright. It's light, it's exposed wood, it's a little bit more homey. Inevitably, in 10 years, we're going to go back to this dark modern look and we're all going to be like, remember when every restaurant was so brightly lit? Wow, that was hard. But for now, I'm glad that this era is over. This is Ghost World. This is American Beauty. This is Bend It Like Beckham. This is Driving Miss Daisy. It's Titanic. I don't know what this is. Fried Green Tomatoes. This is Gothica. I don't know where that came from. Bridesmaids. The Craft, starring Fairuza Balk. Mulholland Drive. Sorry, Dr. Mulholland. Quills. I don't know what this is. Pride and Prejudice. Don't ask me anything about Kate Winslet's filmography, okay? This is Hidden Figures. This is The Help. This is Clueless. This is that one, Thelma and Louise. Or Terminator 2. I don't know. What are you? What are you? The Witches of Eastwick. The Buttress of Windsor. Gentlemen Prefer Blondes. I think that's what my brain was trying to reach for when I said Diamonds Are Forever. The Color Purple. Fried Green Tomatoes. I was surprised again. Heavenly Creatures. which is what I describe women as, respectfully, because I respect women. Here, I can beat the misogyny allegations, okay? 30 female title characters. This is Alice from Alice in Wonderland. I know this. This is Jackie Brown. This is Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Take my eyes, not the shirt. What a movie, man. It's Aaron Brockovich with a K and a C. Coraline. Romeo and Juliet, which they need to apply that Baz Luhrmann treatment to Cinderella. It's Driving Miss Daisy. I was primed. I'm so ready. Matilda. Along Came Polly. Eat my shit. Motherfucker. Kramer from versus Kramer. It's I'd see it as Meryl Streep, okay? Who the fuck are you? I don't know this movie. This is Bonnie from Bonnie and Clyde. I don't know. Fuck. I'm not beating the allegations. I don't know your ass. Judi Dench. She's from Calendar Girls. I don't think this is Calendar Girls. Yeah, there's something about Mary. That's Mary. That's Lola. Run, Lola, run. That's Divergent, madam. I don't know this one. Who's this? That's Gretel from Hansel and Gretel, of course. Bridget Jones and her diary. Motherfucker, dude. I don't even know who your ass is. Are you Kate Blanchett? That's Amelie. It's Amelie. She's so whimsical. Oh, fuck. Were there like 1,000 bounties for a Prime show that was just like this? It is, you're right, it's Hannah. It's Hannah. This is Faye Dunaway in Her Name. Jamie Lee Curtis in She's All of Us. I know that. I'm not touching that one. Zooey Deschanel in Her Name is Summer in 500 Days of Summer. Pocahontas. Jennifer's Body. I'm back. I'm not washed anymore. That's Frida Kahlo. That's Thelma and Louise. I'm so back. Juno. So look at her sitting on the chair out there. And whatever we... Wait, no, I'm thinking of Harold and Maude. I was going to sing... What's Cat Stevens' name now? Yusuf Islam? I was getting Juno and Harold and Maude confused. This is Annie Hall? Are you Annie Hall? Are you Diane Keaton? Carrie? Jerry? Rosemary from Rosemary's Baby. Sophie's Choice. Philomena? Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters. I don't watch bad movies. Blue Jasmine. Hannah. Rosemary's Baby. I knew that too. I knew it. Motherfucker. That's a great movie. I can beat the allegations. Here, I'll tell you what. There's another way to beat the allegations. I could just do worse on the male title characters quiz. Obviously, that's Django Unchained. Okay, that's Jerry Maguire. So far, it's a little easy. It's Good Will Hunting. Begrudgingly, Good Will Hunting. Obviously, it's Napoleon Dynamite. It's one of the most emblematic films of the mid-2000s. So obviously Mad Max. It's Shallow Hal. It's not a good movie. That's, of course, Ted. It's The Life of Pi. I'm in a lot of trouble. I'm going gangbusters right now. He's a title character? This is Tim Knocked from Knocked Up. Is this from the Steve Wozniak movie? Wait, the Steve Jobs movie? Knocked Up. Sausage Party. The Interview. It's not Knocked Up. He's older than that. This is more like not Kind of Funny. Is it called Kind of Funny People? Is your name like Tim Funny in that or something? Listen, we'll come back. This is Kill Bill. We have to talk about Kevin. The problem with Kevin. We need to talk about Kevin. There we go. Meet Joe Black. Dirty Harry. Hey, there's a chance we do worse. Half Nell. No, Lars and the Real Girl. You ever get insulted by those interviews where it's like in Lars and the Real Girl, Ryan Gosling just looks like a normal guy. I feel like in interviews for it, he was like, yeah, I gained 52 pounds to play an average person. And you're like, what the fuck? You just look like a guy. You don't... Shit pisses me off. And then he's not just a guy, he's still Ryan Gosling. That's the worst part about it. 52 pounds to become like the average North American weight, and he's still handsome. Fuck you, Ryan Gosling! Roger Rabbit. Who framed Roger Rabbit? Truman Show. Billy Madison. Cracks me up, man. Leon, The Professional. Gilbert, What's Eating? Gilbert Grape. Shaun of the Dead. Looks like he just cum panis. When Harry Met Sally. Bill and Ted, respectfully. Bill and Ted's Journey. Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. Okay, I'll take it. Rocky. I fucking hate this shit. The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. I don't like introspective Ben Stiller, okay? I respect what he's done as a filmmaker and an actor, but I didn't like that period where he did the Secret Life of Walter Mitty and the Meyerowitz stories and the one where like his kid gets into college, so he tries to brag to his famous friends that his kid's in college. I didn't like Greenberg. They're going back to Noah Baumbach. Take me back to the movies where he puts on a mustache and a funny voice, and then you're like, this guy's funny. And then he takes his shirt off, and you're like, holy cow, Ben Stiller's ripped. Has he always been this ripped? And then you go back, and you're like, yeah, he's always been that ripped, man. Go back to that. They need to make a Happy Gilmore prequel where we find out why the nurse at the nursing home is so rude to the people in the nursing home. How are people that watch Happy Gilmore, how can we expect them to just find this misanthropic guy and just not ask any questions? The people have got to know. You're right, I'm killing time so that that's Forrest Gump. I'm not going to beat the allegations. That's Scott Pilgrim, and he's versus the world. It's really just like 10 guys or whatever, but that's I Am Sam. I'm just not even going to touch it. That's Billy Elliot. I haven't even seen this shit. Why do I know this? I don't know. It's the Book of Eli. I haven't seen that shit either. Motherfucker. It's okay, that's a gimme. It's the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, but actually it's Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. And then fucking this one's throwing me for a loop. What's your name? Oh, this is 50-50. He's Bill 50. I don't know. Zack and Miri! Of course, Zack and Miri. Have you ever considered that maybe movies where they're titled after men are just, they tend to be better than movies that are titled after women? I mean, like, here, we got Zack and Miri Make a Porno. That's a classic. What did the female leads have? All a bunch of shit I've never heard of. Rosemary's Baby, Sophie's Choice, Annie Hall. Probably garbage. Miri's in the title on this one? Yeah, but she's not doing the heavy lifting. She's just... Listen... It's not Zack and Miri Make a Porno. It's Zack and Miri Make a Porno. All right, let me see if Kate's ready to stream. Hello, are you ready to stream? Smiley face. Terrible movie. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. This is one of the ones on the list that I've seen. I saw Zack and Miri in theaters and did not enjoy it. It's fine. It's okay. I didn't enjoy it. I loved it. Why'd you see it? My mom got tickets from like a contest or something like that. And she's like, I'm not going to see a movie called Zack and Miri Make a Porno at like 7 p.m. on a Thursday. So it was for like the pre-release premiere in my hometown. Not the real one, like, you know, in Los Angeles, but the one where like radio stations in local towns give them away, you know what I mean? So I just went with my friends. Hold on, I see a celebrity in chat. HC Justin said, he said, hang on, I'm trying to, you know what? /user HC Justin. 4 timeouts. Holy cow. I had Elizabeth Banks confused with Elizabeth Holmes until like a week ago. I thought everyone hated the nice actress. I think Elizabeth Banks is well liked. The only thing that ruffled people's feathers was when she directed the new Charlie's Angels reboot, and then it bombed, and she said people would have seen it if it had men in it. And I was like, I don't think so. I just don't think anyone gives a shit about Charlie's Angels. But apart from that, I think everybody's pretty okay with Elizabeth Banks. Elizabeth Holmes? Honestly, I'm okay with her. Hang on, how am I going to get myself out of this one? Society hates to see women succeed. But not me. I am admonishing her for taking some shortcuts and making up her product, which didn't actually work, and like there were negative consequences for people's health. But like I'm admonishing respectfully. If a man had done it, I would be like, throw him in prison for life. Because you have all these advantages in life, and then you still had to like say that your machines worked when what you actually did was take the blood samples and then put them in your competitors' machines and then give them back to the customers and say, yeah, we just used like a drop of blood, but actually you were pumping like liters and liters into the thing like it was a gas generator during the ice storm 1998. Do the voice? I don't know what... Sonny, I think I lost it. I just don't think... Lots of people... Sonny, lots of people make up their company. It's called... Sonny, it's called fake it till you make it. This is like America, Sonny. I have to leave. Me too, man. I'm doomed. My wife's got she's got a yellow moon on Discord. What am I supposed to do? You got nothing else to do? I gotta record some videos. I gotta eat some damn lunch. I guess I gotta get up and go talk to her for a second. Give me a second here. Saw it and then I saw it say, yellow moon means she's away. None of you stand so tall. Yellow moon means no Discord call. It's a yellow moon. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? Yellow, yellow, yellow moon. What an album. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow.